Berkeley when it was very, very small. I should be like, the cheerleader for this, but instead, now when I go to Berkeley and I see 150 students in the audience, I'm like, there's not 150 seats in this industry, so even...
Welcome to Manifold. My guest today is Max Dama. He is the co-chair of Headlands Technology, a quant prop trading firm in Chicago. Max, welcome to the podcast.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on. I became aware of you, I think, because I read some stuff you posted over the years online, and we set up a Discord server for this podcast, and there's now about, 600 or 700 people on that Discord server, all of whom are super interesting. But then when you came on, a bunch of people recognized you and started asking a bunch of questions, so I thought, I should get this guy on the show. So thanks for coming on.
Yeah, maybe 2 people, but yeah. There's not many people out there in the trading industry.
It must be more than that. But let's start with your background. So you're from Florida, but you went to boarding school in Tennessee, is that right?
Yeah, right. So it's Northwest Florida, like the redneck part. At some point, you just kind of run out of educational options. So my older brother, he was smart. I was not really the smart one. I was just kind of like surveying and chilling. And he was in Duke TIP program, so he took the SAT when he was very young. And then he went to this boarding school, and they were like, okay, he's really smart. Let's get his brother. So I went there too. And then I actually became smart in that school. So kind of like learned how to study and got interested in artificial intelligence and trading, and then started to think like, okay, maybe I could start to combine these things. But yeah, I think the boarding school was a good experience. It's called Macaulay. It's in Tennessee. It's all boys. If you have a son, I would recommend taking him there. I guess your son's a little bit cool.
Yeah, my son's already in college, but interestingly, he wants to be a quant trader like you.
Very popular nowadays.
Yeah, so that's something I want to ask you about. So I think you just said that in high school you were already interested in AI and the relationship between AI and trading.
Yeah, I was doing trading on my own, and I was trying to build some video games on my own. I thought I was like the first one to think that I could combine these 2 things. So yeah, eventually I went to Berkeley, and then I was still kind of on a different track, but I started a blog about trading, and I was trying to kind of develop my trading ideas and share with the world. This was like the peak of the blog sphere when people were reposting each other and meeting each other in person, going to different conferences. So people would contact me through that, and they'd ask me to help program their trading systems. So I got some good opportunities to meet individual traders. Like I flew to Korea to program some trading system for one guy, but I didn't know what I was saying, so I kind of feel bad for him. I don't think he minded that much either. It's on karaoke.
Great. So that sounds like an interesting podcast. We'll listen to that later. But for now, the big story is Viking down 37%, pretty weak data from Viking. Poor tolerability, efficacy not as good as you might have thought. So definitely rest in peace. Not sure what you'd be looking for from a bounce here, because I think GLPs have nausea, and that's normal. I don't think that's the big problem. Honestly, I think it's a saturated market. That's the problem. There's a lot of these drugs. Could it be like PD-1s where everybody has one and everyone's making money? Yeah, maybe. But, if I'm AstraZeneca, I might either do a deal with Viking or buy out Viking, but there's just not that many drugs that drug companies that want to be involved in GLP. Just because, it's a big market, but it's sort of been dominated by others. Obviously Lilly is very well situated in GLPs. They do everything themselves. They would never be interested in Viking. Now, Johnson & Johnson, I don't think has ever done something in GLPs. So that's something that, does Johnson & Johnson, I don't think they have much of a footprint in this space. Just looking at they really just don't even do general medicine anymore. Really, it's all oncology. So I think they had one. They had one with Hanmi, evidently, but they don't have one now. So would J&J want one? It certainly could. It could work for them, but again, without a general practitioner, Salesforce. Maybe it's Xarelto Salesforce. But I think Xarelto is so close to off patent that that Salesforce might be already disbanded. Nobody uses OpenBB. So J&J could be an acquirer of Viking. How much revenue you're going to get. I mean, at this price, you're talking about paying $4 billion for Viking, roughly. That's a premium. So you'd have to generate at least 500, 600 in revenue, at a good margin, or $1 billion at a less great margin. It's just like hard for drug companies. Like, could that deal make sense? Yes, but the problem with drug companies is they don't think that way. They kind of feel like they need game-changing drugs. Usually, they don't play a value game. Like, if it were me as a CEO, I'd weigh the risk reward and the ROIC really carefully. But I don't know if you guys see the returns, but let me just write them down again just in case you forgot. I mean, I don't think there's any value in Novo either. I mean, I think there's it's a really tough space. Novo's having a hard time. So AbbVie is the other one that doesn't have a GLP at all. And again, they don't have a primary care sales force really. Vraylar maybe. Botox. Some eye drugs, but a lot of these companies have just eschewed primary care. So there's two companies there that maybe could be interested theoretically in a Viking deal. AbbVie, the sign that AbbVie's interested in Viking or in GLP, make that clear, is they bought this, they licensed this drug. Gubo 14295. Yeah, exactly. Big win clips. All these companies are used to specialty sales forces and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, we're still pretty big in quantum and still pretty big in ATYR. I made money on Sarepta. No. bought a tiny bit at 10.5. Most of it I bought at 13.5. Okay, so there's Astra has a drug. So let's see, Astra does have a GLP. Here it is. It's an oral. They licensed it from Echogene. I don't know what to do with Viking. Like, I think it's like, the drug obviously works, but who wants it? That's what we're doing this analysis for. Like, everyone has one, right? So here's Astra. Astra has a drug. Echogene, had this Chinese drug. They had a couple of other GLPs actually. They had Codadutide. They had AZD0186. Both bit the dust. So, a lot of these companies have looked at GLPs and it's not been an exciting space for them. So Astra is out, but I would say J&J and AbbVie are in. That's too bold, maybe. Let's see. Novo obviously is out. Roche has their own compound. Right, Roche bought a very specific company just for this. They paid billions for it. Should be in the pipeline here somewhere. I'll just search for GLP. There it is, CT996 and CT388. They bought, what was that company called? Does anybody remember? The data is bad. Be clear, the data is bad. It's not that competitive. People will use the Lilly drug instead. It's not going to sell that much. Metsera is similar too. Metsera, all these companies have the same problem, man. You can't just make a GLP and coast to victory. You actually have to have a competitive drug. Doctors, they're not just going to prescribe whatever. I mean, can you get some market share with this drug profile? It's not that bad. It's just really hard to push it ahead without. I think their weight loss is inferior to tirzepatide. Okay, so this came from a company called Carmo. So they bought a company called Carmit. There it is. Hence the drug is called. So they paid $3 billion for a drug already. So that was CT388. So point is, like, you have so much competition. Like, how do you know how things are going to shake out? But even as it is, it's not competitive with a lot of these drugs. I think they'd get some scripts. I mean, people were still writing Zocor over Lipitor and Crestor, believe it or not. So, so Novo doesn't have one, but Novo specifically said they don't want one. So that was interesting. So I don't know how you color that, but I would say red for now. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Novartis buying it, to be honest. Novartis kind of likes primary care, so historically, I don't know what Voss is thinking now, but so let's see. Merck has a GLP from Hanmi, and then also from Hansoh. So they have HS 10535. So Merck paid very little for their GLP. That means, again, they're probably out of the game as well. So again, as you go down the list of drug companies, who wants to be in this space? Not many people. And then do you want to sign up to just lose to Eli Lilly? Again, most drug companies, they want to win through having the best drug or differentiated drug, something like that they can point to. That's interesting, and sort of a Me Too that's not as good is something that's worrisome. Obviously, Amgen has a very strong competitor. It's now already of the top 9 drug companies, only 2 could be even interested, and we'll go through some more obviously in a second. Vertex is just not a company that would ever do it because they only do rare diseases and things like that. But they do have a primary care sales force for the pain drugs, so never say never. But I don't see Vertex getting into primary care for obesity. It just doesn't seem right to me. I don't know if anybody feels that way as well, but again, never say never. But I think that's right. So let's see. Danuglipron is gone for Pfizer, right? So they have liver problem. So that was one of their major opportunities. They had another one, lotiglipron. So they've been doing the non-peptidic orals, right? Oh shoot. We're open. And then they had another oral. So that was Sosei. So Pfizer remains kind of, I think, well, hold on. They have a Gipper. So they have, let's see, 0797 6016. That's just a Gipper antagonist? That's weird. That's a weird mechanism too. So Pfizer could be interested in Viking. Yeah, I think it would be a bad move, but they could do it conceptually. All right, we're still short Newegg, which is a major determinant of our portfolio at the moment. Quantum's down a bit. Nice. Let me just type a chat to our paid members here on Godel. So yeah, maybe Pfizer could have some interest there. Not out of Sarepta. It's my second biggest long. I get the same question every day. ATYR dropping as well. Fly here or something. Get out of here. I don't know what Lilly's going to do with bond offering. I mean, I don't think they're necessarily going to buy somebody. I mean, they could do a bond offering after they buy somebody, after they announce an agreement. So they don't have to. I wouldn't put the two together. It's a big number, Jubbing. It's a big number. Okay, so Pfizer, Pfizer could get involved here. Gilead is a really interesting option. So I don't think Gilead has a GLP, and no QS short, no. So Gilead could definitely get involved because there's a liver. They're in liver and they need a new angle, so why not? So I wouldn't put it past Gilead to not do a deal. But as I'm going to show you in a second, there are more options than just Viking, right? There's a handful of other options. Sanofi has said publicly they don't want a Me Too GLP-1, but they would consider it. So I think Sanofi's another potential buyer. Oh, Gilead has one. GS 4571. Yeah, you're right. Did they advance it though? I think they did put it in humans. All right, so Gilead's got their own drug. Oh, I missed that. I have it right here, GLP-1. Okay, so Gilead's off the table there. Yeah. Thank you. Bristol. Bristol could be a player. I don't think GSK has anything, but I could be wrong on that. See, these two guys don't make drugs. I don't think GSK has one either. The GSK said they have no interest in joining the overcrowded obesity landscape. Yeah, never say never, but that sounds bearish. CSL doesn't, do anything in this space because they're mostly a vaccine and blood product player. So I don't think they do it. I could see Takeda doing it. Takeda's kind of dumb. And so now, here's my bigger point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 companies. 6 companies that could potentially, be involved here. So Chugai is owned by Roche, and they made or for Glipron for Lilly. So I don't think Chugai is there. Merck's kind of too small, honestly, but the German Merck, but never say never. I don't ever see Regeneron doing something like this, but again, never say never. Merck KGaA, you know, really unlikely, but theoretically a possibility. A lot of these other companies don't have enough heft in the US in the first place to do primary care. So the point is, there's only a handful of companies that would really want to sell an obesity drug. And, you know, you have a choice. You know, now we'll look at how many independent assets are there. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 homes. Okay, there's 8 homes, and how many orphans? That's the question. I love seeing Newegg drop like that. Let me get 50. I'm trying to see 50. So you've got let's see. You've got 8 houses. These are shitty little houses, huh? They're all connected. That's how we do it in Brooklyn. No driveways. Okay, you got J&J. Got AbbVie. I can see AbbVie making a move for sure. Pfizer. Sanofi, who's, like I said, they've said they don't want one, but I'm including it anyway. Bristol Myers, Takeda, Merck in Germany, which really is a bad idea. This is like a Bando, and then Bayer. So these are already bandos here and here. So they really are not gonna be available. So that's realistically 6 houses. And that's stretching it a bit as well. You know, because I don't think Bristol, Takeda, or Bayer are really options here. So there's like three houses. Now, how many orphans are there? Here's an orphan. Wait, they're malnourished, right? So it's like really skinny. And they're bag holders, so that's the bag over the head. So that's Viking, right? Is that GPCR company? What are they called again? Structure. Little cups, little begging cups. Met Sarah, there we go. There's a lot. Carmo got bought out. Zealand? Does Zealand have their own GLP? Roche owns Karma now. What's the Germany? Is it red and green? German flag? No, it's red and yellow. A yellow orange. Does the black go above or below? Red, orange, black, or red, black, orange? I don't even remember. Above. Oh, it's gold. Okay. There's turns, I guess. There's Altimmune. There's a lot in China. There's just like a couple of smaller companies too, but you know, that's kind of what's going on here. And then you have a dog outside called Amgen. Those are the sharp teeth. Looks like a mouse. That's Amgen. Dog's gonna bite you. And that Lily's outside too. That Lily's like a gargoyle. So that's really what you got. All these orphans can't fit in one house. You know, if you're AbbVie, you get to say, oh, I'll take any one of you guys. I don't need... Say one of these companies is interested. Well, you got a 6-way bake-off for pricing. So really rough to figure out kind of where all these orphans are going to go. Most of them are going to just, well, you know, it's not going to be a happy ending. Okay, so let's see. Quantum down a bit. Yeah, let's let the Bears have some fun, you know? I have something dropping today. I'm pretty excited about it, so it's... Next thing I'm about to do is downright diabolical. Listen, Bears are having fun. Alright, Palantir's down 6%. Damn. What the hell's going on? Intel's up 10% on the SoftBank $2 billion investment. Iovance is up finally. Palantir down 6%. What the hell's going on? Viking down 41%. Nvidia down 1%. AMD down 4%. Tesla down slightly. Robinhood down 3%. A lot of weakness out there. SoundHound continues to drop, down 5%. Reddit down 6%. CoreWeave down 5%. Something's going on out there. Deepa's up 5%. Palo Alto's up 5%. Little Joby's down 5%. AppLovin down 5%. Rocket Lab as well. There's momentum dropping. I'd like some shit in here. Yes, feels like Monday for me. Yeah, I mean, another depth in Sarepta is basically guaranteed. I think you just have to. Oh. Oh. D-Wave is already worth $5 billion, so it's not a unicorn. Unicorns are only for private companies too, but it's all right. Little baggy, little baggy, little baggy. Yes, so I'm writing this story. Yeah, Demoderan's good. Yeah, I gotta edit it a little bit, structure it a little bit, but this is mostly what the content is. I mean, I have all this stuff memorized, you know. That's no. Make sure that I. ChatGPT is not good at editing, unfortunately. It takes your tone and changes the tone. My tone is like very, let's just say fuego, we call it. We call it mucho fuego. Caliente. It's always gonna water you down. ChatGPT isn't great at writing. It's gonna get better. Right now, it's me. It's gotten a little better, for sure.
is noise, a lot of noise at tens of kilohertz. That noise is killer. And beam stereo noise, depending, I think we have a long way to go because quantum is right. If it's not right, then what is right is even more weird. The technology I worked on ended up seeing a bottleneck in what we could do at university laboratories. We were among the best funded atomic physics laboratories in the world. And we still saw the need way more. It had to be industry. If you're working on something that other people say you're crazy, or nobody will work on it, that means you're along the right path. If somebody says, oh, that's a good idea to do that, don't.
Chris Monroe from Duke University joins the 632 nanometer podcast for a deep dive into the story of trapped ion quantum computing. From its earliest lab experiments to today's efforts to build scalable quantum processors. Monroe is a pioneer in the field and a co-founder of IonQ, the first pure-play quantum computing company to go public. He grew up scientifically in what he calls the mecca of atomic physics, surrounded by Nobel-caliber scientists. As a PhD student in Carl Lyman's lab, he worked on laser cooling experiments that laid the groundwork for the eventual discovery of Bose-Einstein condensation. As a postdoc with David Weinland, Monroe was part of the team that demonstrated the first quantum logic gate, trapped ions, a major milestone in quantum computing. The gate, based on a proposal by Sirac and Zoller, both of whom were previously guests on this podcast together, became a textbook example for how to build quantum processes with atoms. He walked us through the evolution of the field, from tabletop physics experiments to today's highly engineered ion trap systems. Monroe explains how trapped ions became one of the leading platforms in quantum computing, known for their high gate fidelities, reconfigurable entanglement, and the potential for long-range ion photon networking.
Over many decades, we've been working on trapped ions, and it seems like you're almost married to this physical system. So what was the first time? So how did you encounter with, what brought you to trapped ions?
Well, as a student in Boulder, I was working on atomic physics, optics. I never really imagined I would lead an academic career, but early here at MIT, I got associated with a laboratory that worked with atoms and lasers and optics, and I thought that was attractive because not only was it fun, there's a lot of physics there, but I could do good defense industry, wherever optics and lasers was. So when I went to graduate school in Boulder, I got entangled with, as they say, with cold atoms, Bose condensation, new forms of matter by getting out of it. It was really cold. And so when I started and in Boulder happened to be the finest research group in the world, gas, the kind of a mishmash. Early 1990s, trapped ions is kind of at the bottom. I have to call them the neutral atom mafia. I mean, it's just a huge community. I'm part of it and I like it, but they run roughshod over the field. And partly I was able to stay in Boulder, much to pass up. But when I got in the field, it was really not clear where this would lead me. We were building clocks. I mean, we worked at NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and the leadership there was really amazing. My boss's boss's boss, Catherine Gebbe, the director of the physics lab, her philosophy was, as a government civil servant, her philosophy was hire the best people to do their science and get out of it. Because Dave Weinland, Eric Cornell, Jan Hall, Bill Phillips, they will all say, Catherine is really owed a lot of credit for this. And it's just remarkable. So that lab was amazing. And so I didn't really care what it was before I knew what it was, before any of us really knew what it was. But we were building tiny quantum computers without knowing. We were scope, if you think about it. I mean, it was kind of interesting in an academic sense, but we, as a postdoc looking for a permanent position, it fell into our laps, and we were 10 years ahead of the world for those 2 years. It was just amazing. So I got totally lucky. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, looking into your environment, even starting from your PhD. So you were surrounded by Nobel laureates. This is Carl Wyman, and then Eric Cornell, and afterwards Dave Weinland. So how did it happen? Could you maybe share something? How did you get into working with Nobel laureates?
Well, when I went to graduate school in Boulder, I knew that the University of Colorado was not MIT as an institute, just coming here. But I also knew that Colorado had an entire division of NIST on campus at Colorado called JILA. Joint Institute for Laboratory Physics. They can't do that anymore. They did atomic spectroscopy, lasers, and so forth, and they're now called JILA. But as an example of the amazing institute there, they had a machine shop with 8 full-time people. They could weld aluminum. They had a glass room. So as a graduate student, when I'm built as an experimentalist, I mean, I sort of thought everybody had this. It was amazing. I mean, I was down in the machine shop all the time. I just loved it. And so we had a culture there of, I don't want to say that money was flowing everywhere, but it was, we had something that other universities didn't. We had lots of permanent staff that could help us build apparatus, and that culture, it was just a place of excellence in atomic physics. Eric, so Carl Wyman was my thesis advisor. Eric, I used to say Eric was my postdoc. I was a student, but very soon I was a student. But there was just the 3 of us on this project. And it was amazing. We all had our own place. Carl obviously was the senior fellow, an amazing experimentalist, could really look through a signal and see what the problem was, what you needed to work on. Eric was complementary in a way. And Eric would be the first to admit he's probably one of the most excellent experimentalists working with his hands, but he knew where the experiment should go scientifically. And Carl maybe did. I don't want to disparage because they were so complementary, and here I was, seeing both of them. It was just amazing.
So it was a small group, like
Just three of us in a project.
so that the Bose-Einstein condensate.
Yeah, it was pre-Bose condensate by a couple of years.
Oh.
But we sort of figured out, my thesis, it's now nobody cares about it, but it sort of painted the path, the eventual successful path to Bose condensation. And I will say that in 1992, when I graduated, Eric Cornell got a permanent position at JLF at the same time. And he begged me to stay on as a post in his group. But it would be doing kind of the same thing, the opportunity to look at whatever. So I turned him down, but when I turned him down, I told him, I love this BEC question, but I think you tend to do. That's not, I don't see it. There were three of them. Anyway, so I used to think that was a big mistake, because if I'd stayed, there would have been two. So it was a very small group. I was the one who ran the apparatus, but we all moved around between the three of us. We all had our roles. It was really amazing. I can't remember really my whole life, any kind of interaction. So, yeah.
So what were like the key experiments on Bose-Einstein condensate? When were they done? It's like after you left, or
Yeah,
time or working with
when
these
I left, we knew how to get there, but we were 5 orders of magnitude away by some argument in temperature or density. The Bose condensate, of course, you're packing atoms so that they're within the Broglie wavelength of each other, and the Broglie wavelength depends on how cold they are. So if they're really cold, then you don't need as much density. So it's a combination of cold and high density. And we were 100,000 away from that combination of cold and dense. It looked really hard. But the trick is called evaporative cooling. Basically turning all the light off, because the light which got you the dense cloud of atoms to begin with was then starting to recoil and cause heating. So you turn the light off, there's no more cooling, so you can't get it anymore. But by doing something called evaporative cooling, it's really pioneered here in the group of David Pritchard, and Wolfgang Ketterle joined his group later on. They were our staunch competitors. But we were quite a distance from Bose condensation at the time, but it was clear what to do. And one of the keys was switching atoms from cesium, my thesis, to rubidium, which had much more favorable properties for evaporation. Cesium turned out to be really hard. It was eventually done 10 years later, but rubidium was easy to evaporate. Now, that was the key change. Eric, when he started in 92, he also put in it was a big deal, invented a new type of confinement mechanism that could squeeze them even better. It was a new type of trap. Ketterle here at MIT was working in a different direction, also kind of a new type of trap, but a different new type of trap. And they were within months of each other getting to the phase transition. It was very exciting. That was 1995.
Well,
That's 30 years ago.
yeah, okay. So yeah, it seems like that's like surprising that you said that there was like 5 orders of magnitude, and then it was solved like within a couple of years. This problem.
Yeah, the thing about evaporation is we knew we had to get in this regime runaway evaporation. And what that means is if you have a bunch of atoms, you want them to be closer to each other and colder at the same time. If you just throw away the hot ones, that's what evaporation, like your coffee cup, only the hot coffee molecules leave. If you're able to do that, and at the same time, you're getting them colder, but the remaining ones are closer together because they want to be toward the bottom of the bowl. So it actually runs away. So it's an incredibly fast process. And so it's 5 orders of magnitude. I mean, it sounds like a long way, but once you get the conditions for this runaway thing to happen, it just happens, super fast.
Just like maybe from physics point of view, so this is like a Doppler shift type of cooling, like those magneto-optical
Yeah,
traps.
to get there.
To get there. So to get to some stage, and then you're saying this like evaporative cooling, like when there's no lights, and then somehow you take
Yeah,
the hot.
you basically make a lid. So the trap is very much like a bowl, but the bowl doesn't go up forever. It has a lid at the top. You can bring the lid in. Like when you do that, the hot ones leave, and the remaining atoms, they're more dense because they want them in the bottom. That's kind of a magic thing.
And those potentials, it's still done by light, or
Usually magnetic.
magnetic?
At MIT, they only use some light, but it way. It wasn't scattering light, it was more like a dipole force. It's very much like magnetic fields, but using light fields instead. To hold the atom without recoil and scattering. That was very Now we skipped the middle step in there. So the magneto-optic trap gave you the fast collection of pretty cold atoms. Pretty cold.
How cold is it? Go
Well,
to temperature? Like, what is it?
depending on the atom, we're talking millikelvin. 10 to the minus 3 above absolute zero. Sounds impressive, but we're not talking about a glass of beer here. We're talking about a few million, a few hundred million atoms, which is picograms or nanograms of material. So the middle step between evaporative cooling and getting the atoms is something very subtle called sub-Doppler cooling that gets you really low temperatures with light. Sometimes it's called polarization gradient cooling, Sisyphus cooling. Sisyphus.
Kind of moving the rock.
And this is important. This led to the Nobel Prize of Steve Chu, Bill Phillips, and Cloud Kontinuji in '97. It was funny. The Nobel Committee skipped over the Nobel Prize for laser cooling, Doppler cooling, and they went to the extension of Doppler cooling that got you better temperatures. That was the Nobel Prize. And I say this because Doppler cooling was invented by Dave Wineland, among others. Anyway, it's kind of interesting, the sociology that goes into that. Damelt and Wineland, and Ted Cannon are the Doppler. The other three are Nobel Prize.
And I think they also skipped the other one, which was given later for optical trapping.
Oh, so whatever. That's a big social.
It was interesting that he came up with this idea, and then his student for the Stephen Chu, right?
Yeah.
He worked on the
Yeah, he worked with him at Bell Labs.
Bell Labs, like to apply for atoms. But
Yeah, that's right. So Ashton worked on, anything that's polarizable, droplet of water in a cell. If it's polarizable, you can distort it, make a dipole out of it, and then trap it. It's an ion trap. I'll probably talk about ions in a bit, but it actually is very similar to an ion trap. And Steve Chu, of course, applied it to neutral atoms. And the technique that Ketter used here at MIT, again, used that same type of a force to get this evaporation. So I didn't want to do that step, which got us to microkelvins. So millikelvins to microkelvins. So in terms of 5 orders of magnitude, it's good to get a few in temperature right there. And then you put it on evaporation. And the reason that's important is evaporation is expensive.
Wait, how does that cause cooling? The middle step you're talking about. What's the actual mechanism?
Oh, it's complicated, but what's going on? Sometimes it's called Sisyphus cooling. There's Dama cooling, which works on how the atom preferentially absorbs light when it's blue shifted, when it's running into a beam, and the beam is detuned to the red. I said red and blue a lot here. So when an atom moves into a red detuned beam, it seems like it's blue shifted, and it's more on resonance. It scatters more, and then it turns around and it scatters less. So that's a damping. And if you calculate the limit of temperature there, that's called the Doppler wave. It first calculated in 1975 by Wyman and Damel and Cicciello independently. So the extension of that is when you look at the internal structure of atoms, there's something called AD structure shifts. If you put an atom in a standing wave, the energy levels look like a corrugated sheet or something, and the atoms actually go up and down these things. And if you can manage to make the atom when it goes up, it absorbs light and it gets pumped to a different state that's out of phase. It's always going up, always going up, always losing energy. That's why it's called Sisyphus cooling sometimes. So it's a very subtle effect. It requires internal states, lots of internal states. And Steve Chu, actually my lab, we saw these at very low temperatures. We didn't understand them. Bill Phillips, he saw the temperatures. He didn't understand them. Claude Contanucci, a theorist, he understood them but didn't do any experiments. Steve Chu did both. He did the experiments, and he really, I remember at the time, he understood what was going on. So that's an important but very subtle part of laser cooling that needs to be mentioned. But, yeah, lots of Nobel Prizes in the field. The post condensation one happened. Let's see, they observed it in 95 and Nobel Prize in 2001. So Dama cooling happened in 1990, Prize in 97. Really moving along.
Because the Dama cooling, Sisyphus cooling, and then it's going
And evaporation.
which is lowering the walls of the trap to basically boil off the remaining
And what I
content.
said there is expensive because you're losing atoms. So you might start with 100, you might start with 100 million atoms. By the time you get to the post condensation, you've lost most of the atoms, but the ones that are left behind, it's a big enough sample to show the effects of this phase transition.
So is Bose-Einstein condensate, is that basically the lowest temperature state would be in this case?
I would change language and say it's the lowest entropy.
Okay.
Yeah, and in a sense, depending on the circumstances, those are correlated to temperature in equilibrium. But entropy means that you're in a pure state of motion, and because the atoms kind of go through each other, quantum mechanics kind of symmetrize a certain way. If they were fermions, it would be a totally different system. People have done the same atom experiments. It's not as clear. You don't get this huge level of energy. You get something like electrons. Live in a solid. There's a fermion energy, and there's a very sharp edge. And it's very hard to detect a sharp edge where the atoms are, but it's been done too. It's very, very interesting. Maybe even more interesting because fermions are more prevalent in nature. So making sure a property has to do with electronics, you need to know your fermion physics. Whereas bosons, atoms that have this other symmetry, bosons, I guess photons are bosons, but they're not, maybe not, you might say they're not as fundamental. I mean, they are fundamental, but I think
Connected to liquids?
helium 3 and 4.
Yeah.
A lot of folks in this condensed matter solid state community, maybe they weren't so excited. These condensed matter versions, the interactions are really very well. I mean, we still don't have a microscopic understanding of high TC superconductivity. Whereas in ideal gas, they warmed up to. They said, yeah. But I will say one more thing. But before it happened, there were theorists predicting that it wouldn't happen. There were predictions on both sides. So that's what we live for in experimental physics, is to see a controversy like that and to be able to have such a clear indication of which way was the right way to think about it.
How do you actually measure the temperature? So what does it really mean when you say this is millikelvin, microkelvin? What do you actually? Yeah. What do you actually? How do you infer the temperature? Like, where does the information come from?
Conceptually, it's very easy. You simply
Pretty much
have
Echoversky.
a blob of atoms that are held in a bowl.
More than-
as they drop. So it's hard in practice to do that.
How do you detect them?
Oh, they might get a detector.
Oh, I see. It's just looking at the patch on the
Or you
detector.
send a laser beam and you look at where's the fluorescence. Or you can also spectroscopically tell what the temperature time of flight. If you release gas atoms, that's maybe a millimeter per second. Yeah, some of them
Big enough
need
for
to be big.
Chris is really smart, man.
Doppler shifts that are hard. Yeah,
I like Chris a lot.
detection. Again, it's a small chunk of matter. It's not like a baseball. And we have
So what happened after that? So there was
I guess he's rejoined IonQ, which is funny.
It's probably some condition.
atomic physics. But those experiments got very common. Maybe they did too well. They learned. I mean, BECs are supposed to be like an atom laser. And lasers are used everywhere. Why not use atoms? We don't have vacuum chambers in our lives that much. They can be used as sensors, but the atoms actually interact.
I wasn't short
Those are just
VKTX.
fundamental physics of the superfluid mix and how it behaves. The
I wish.
analogs to flowing without I don't want to say viscosity, things like this. So yeah, there's a little conversation there. This was going on. I mentioned, maybe we talked earlier a little bit about quantum computing starting. And we were making these entangled states. So quantum computing, we talked earlier a little bit about quantum computing starting. And we were making these entangled states. So quantum computing right at the same time. And in fact, one of my very good friends, Eric Cornell, and I, in 1995, we gave talks at a wonderful conference in Iowa, off of Naples in Rome, in Italy. And I was presenting the first quantum day ever heard of anyone. And Dave Lyman and I sort of led the work. I was presenting the first time in this conference. The problem is Eric also presenting first those times. At the same time, I was delighted because that was kind of like the extent of my thesis. I was exaggerating, but I have to say when I got into the Dave Lyman asked me, so how did it go? How was it received? I said, yeah, it was fine. We totally escaped by BEC. And the other people, and Dave, it's funny, he kind of thought carefully and said, I think this quantum computing stuff is going to have a longer lifetime. It's going to last. It's absolutely, he was absolutely right. That was 30 years ago. And I think it's kind of, the BEC community has largely pivoted in a great way. They're now working with single atoms on tweezers. They don't need BECs for this, but they're controlling individual neutral atoms and making quantum gates and going for quantum computing, quantum simulators. So it's not like they were, I think it was a false separation to begin with, but I think the community in BEC felt threatened a little bit by quantum computing, because if we were doing well and so forth, we would get their funding. I totally got that feeling. But now they even call their experiments quantum simulators, which is great. Anyway, so
Simulated BEC.
Yeah, interesting sociology. That's always the case.
So was there, some applications towards like atomic clocks? Is there still like maybe if you can mention something like about this direction, like what have changed like maybe in that field? Because it seems like this is like high importance for like GPS and probably some like navigation type of related.
Oh, for sure. So the metrology community, which is another big part of atomic physics, the metrology community has just been cruising over the last 20 years or so. The best clocks now have an accuracy of a part in 10 to the 19, maybe 1 part in 10 to the 19. It's way more than you need for a real clock. However, there's always, I don't know, the one thing we learned about metrology is that when you measure the next digit, there's always something hiding there. Maybe not that digit, but the next one, maybe new physics and so forth. It's hard to motivate fundamental research or research at all when you say, well, we don't know what we're measuring. We'll just get there when we get there. But that's largely what we do in atomic physics. And we have all these tools. So the clocks have been proceeding. And so how can they take advantage of the tools of Bose condensation or quantum information entanglement? And they do on both parts, but it's not clear how that's going to play out. Starting with BECs. With a BEC, you can get a very dense sample of nearly non-interacting atoms, which is what you want for an atomic clock. More density means more signal to noise. That's really important.
Maybe it's helpful if you can just review like what's the normal architecture for an atomic clock and how does a BEC fit in there?
Yeah, good. Well, an atomic clock, like any clock, what you want is replicability. You want to be able to replicate the clock and not worry about it. It's a standard. So if you have a pendulum of a certain length and you know what G is, you have a period that's decent. Quartz oscillators are good if they're cut to the right size. So atoms are the best because all atoms are sort of given to us. We don't fabricate atoms; they exist. And there are energy levels within atoms that can be very precisely. You can't, even if you can't calculate them, who cares? They're constants of nature. So the second right now is defined in terms of 2 energy levels in the cesium atom. Actually, 2 hyperfine levels, ground state, separated by 9.2 gigahertz. That's what defines our second, because we can nail that frequency to 12 or 13 digits.
So why cesium? Why was it chosen?
Historical. The splitting's big. Having a big splitting is good because the clock runs faster. And so if you have the same amount of uncertainty on your frequency, but your frequency is 10 gigahertz instead of 10 megahertz, you get a big factor of fractional uncertainty. Okay, so cesium. I'm sure there's a lot of politics, but it was the one that was investigated the most. It's heavy, so it's not the Doppler shifts aren't too big. Okay, so the idea of atomic clock is simply isolation and signal to noise. If your atom is part of a surface, it's no longer an atom, or it's modified, and so that clock is not very good. It's a different clock in a way. So you want isolated atoms, and you want a lot of them for signal to noise. So BEC gives you a path to getting a lot of them, and that's nice. You can put them on satellites in space and get good signal to noise in the clock. But it turns out, I mentioned earlier, there are interactions in BECs, collision shifts. Atoms, they do collide with each other, and that will shift the clock. And when you're getting down to parts in 10 to the 15 or 16, that turns out to be important. So the atomic clock community has moved away from BEC and towards something like an optical lattice, which is, it's not a BEC. You can load it with a BEC, but an optical lattice is like I mentioned standing waves of light. If you do it in multiple dimensions, you can get sort of like a Chinese checkerboard for atoms. And so all the atoms are they're forced to be away from each other. And that's wonderful because then they don't have that shift, and you can still pack a lot of atoms in. So all of these techniques in laser cooling and trapping have been.
So how many? What's like the largest?
Optical lattice atomic clock? I don't know, maybe 100,000 atoms, maybe 10,000 atoms. It's not enormous.
The 100,000 atoms that are all separated by a couple microns or something like that in a kind of like a grid.
Yeah, they don't have to be They don't have to be completely full, but as long as you know if an atom is there, it's on this piece of graph paper. It's on this graph, I guess. It's on this lattice.
What's like the limitations? Just a laser power or some resolution of the like gratings?
Yeah,
diffractive
laser
optic
power.
DOEs?
If they occupy a lot of space, then the interrogation depends on a phase. It could depend on a phase of a laser, or if you have a slight magnetic field gradient across the cloud, that's an issue. But this is the technology that's given us these 10 to the minus 19 clocks. Jun Yi is sort of the acknowledged leader there at NIST, at JILA, actually, at this institute. He and I first met. He was sitting in the back row of my thesis defense when we were students. He's a very good friend, known ever since.
So GILA sounds like it was the capital of the
Oh,
atomic molecular
amazing.
optics.
Yeah, it was. It's amazing a school like the University of Colorado could compete with the MITs and the Stanfords of the world. But they had NIST, and there's a culture there, and it's a. I love Boston, but Boulder's just a beautiful place. My daughter's in grad school there now, so I'm going to go out there next week. So yes, JILA it really is a magical place. So that's how BECs help clocks. How does quantum information help clocks? Well, this entangling idea. In fact, I was working on clocks before quantum computers. We wanted to entangle atoms, and when you entangle an atom in a certain way, let's say just two atoms, and this is almost academic, but one atom you can make an atomic clock out of one atom. It's a very low signal to noise because it's like flipping a coin and you're trying to measure, is the coin biased? That's sort of what an atomic clock is doing. It's measuring whether it's biased or not. If you flip it once, you can't tell anything whether it's biased. If you flip it 100 times, 10%, you can tell within 10% is it biased. So you need to flip it a lot of times. If you only have one coin, that means it takes forever to interrogate it. If you have 1 million coins, you can flip them all at once. And if they're all the same, then you get a lot more signal to noise. So neutral atom clocks give you a lot of signal to noise. And we'll talk more about this, I'm sure. Trapped ions are better isolated than neutrals. And so they give you a better clock, but you don't have signal to noise. You have to measure them forever. And so there's something
Because you can't trap a large number. Or
you can trap many thousands, I suppose, and people do that. But yeah, if you have more than 100, there's something called micromotion. There's other issues. One is the best. you get a great atomic clock if you have just one atomic ion.
but you have to wait a while.
You have to wait a while. There's something in atomic clockwork we call a flywheel. So any clock, and it's interesting to think about this. If you think you have a good clock, how can you tell? Well, you need to have a better clock, right? Like if I'm timing in fact, my grandfather clock at home, I do this every few days. I see how's it doing, and I compare it to my quartz oscillator on my watch, or on the computer. Then the network goes to an atomic clock at NIST on your phone right now. So you need a better clock. But if you have the best clock in the world, how can you tell you have the best clock in the world? So we have these things called flywheels that if you have a decent clock, it's going to be a flywheel that will lock the better clock that you can't interrogate very much. So the single trapped ion clock, you can only get a good measurement every month, but you don't need to steer it very much because it's perfectly accurate. And so what you do in between those months, if you need the time, you look at your other clock, and then you have a feedback signal from the really good clock that helps this other one. So
Is this like the golden standard now, like a single ion?
it turns out Jun Yi's neutral atom clocks and single ion clocks are right around the same level. They're part in 10 to the 19. The neutral atoms have much higher signal to noise, so you can say they're more useful. But the point I want to make here is you might ask, why are the ions better isolated? Well, here's one reason. Neutral atoms, you need to hold on to them, of course. We're trapping them. Now, a neutral atom, if you trap it, you're necessarily distorting it. Because a neutral atom, if it's just a ball, how can you hold on to it? You need to make this tweezer, optical tweezer.
Yeah,
you need
fields.
to make the dipole.
Yeah.
And then when you make the dipole, then you can trap it.
Yeah.
Ions have charge. It's an extra degree of freedom, and we can hold it based on its charge. That does nothing to the inner workings of the atom, absolutely nothing. And so, in a sense, the ion is better isolated. And this comparison will come up when we talk about quantum computing, for sure. So they're really complementary technologies, and the neutral atom atomic clocks, they have more work to do to make sure their lasers are quiet. It's possible, and it's amazing what's happening in that field. They're just different, I would say. So I was talking about entanglement. I think I've been kind of a little off topic. So how does entanglement help atomic clocks? So you have a single atom, and it has two levels. You can call it a qubit if you want. And we would like to measure that frequency really precisely. Well, if we have two atoms, we get a factor of √2 in signal to noise, just like when you flip coins. The law of large numbers goes like the square root of n, the noise, fraction noise.
Assuming it's like a Poissonian
Yeah, that's right.
distribution.
You can think of it that way. Or the noise on a single coin toss is 1 over √n. So if I flip it 100 times, I know 10% how fair that coin is. If you have two coins, you get to double that. So it's the square root of 2n. So you get a square root gain. Now, if you take two atoms and make an entangled state, you can make a superatom. You can make a superatom that's composed of 2 excited states and 2 ground states. The energy separation is now doubled. And if you can run that clock, you get to run it twice as fast. And you can measure twice as fast. So you pick up another factor of √n. So it was clear early on that entanglement is useful for clocks. It's related to an older field called squeeze states, if you've heard of that. In quantum metrology, we have squeeze states that allow you to squeeze the uncertainty of a quantum variable at the expense of a different one. You have to pay your bills. But if you're measuring something, just make sure you can squeeze the uncertainty in that direction. And it turns out squeeze states are entangled. And so by making entangled states, you can get better signal to noise. It's a factor of 10 better signal to noise. We were already making entangled states for clocks, but now, and so the quantum information game is very useful for metrology in order to get that all these fields are going to combine. I think all three fields, getting light to go in between them. There are ways that you can might impact such a large baseline. All the hot fields, cold atoms, cold ions, degenerate gases for AMO. I think 30, 40 years not promoted very well. Others were.
The best watch in the world right now, and everyone, like all the other measurements.
Yeah, I think everybody would agree that the best timekeepers are from individual atoms. It could be those two copies of the same protein are exactly the same. Maybe not. They have different conformations and all that. Atoms and molecules are simple enough that even a water molecule is the same everywhere, pretty much. So atoms are easiest. We can control them. We can manipulate microwave transitions for clocks. But optics figured out, along with Ted Hench, and I'm forgetting who the other one was. They figured out how to count optical frequency. If we have an optical transition, now frequency comb technology.
How did you originally get the idea to apply these trapped ions to quantum computing? What's the story there?
Oh, well, it just came in our laps. I mean, it's not, I wish I could say, you know what, I've heard about this field, quantum. This is what my nightmares are. I wish at the time we knew how to make entangled states, and quantum computing was a field before 1994, before Peter Shor's algorithm. It was out there. It was kind of a fringe field, I would say. But David Deutsch, other people were making little algorithms. They seemed like toy algorithms that were not useful for anything. And there was even a language. Feynman started a lot of this in the late 80s by considering how can we make computers reversible to make them more energy efficient. And there are gates, universal gate sets for quantum computing, but nobody knew of why it would be interesting. So when we were making these entangled states, Peter Shor's algorithm hit the presses. I even remember reading about it and still not really being moved by it. But when you needed entangled states, it kind of hit us because that's what we were making. And then Ignacio Serac and Peter Zoller came up, and they knew our community very well. And they were both in Gila, in Boulder, up until 93 or 94, before they went to Innsbruck. And they showed how a trapped ion system in particular could do it all. It could, universal gate set. And their paper from 1995 is incredibly influential because it showed an architecture, even though nobody followed that path in the end. It showed a real architecture based on systems that existed, and based on technology out there. And we were the experimentalists doing it. And so it all happened in quick succession in 1995. Shor's algorithm was published that summer. Serac and Zoller wrote their paper, it was published in November, and we wrote the paper for the first gate. We had the data in December, like 1 month after Serac and Zoller's. And we published that in that would have been late 95, I guess.
Were they connected in some way? Like what was or you were just working in parallel?
Well, it was more serial, I guess. There was a meeting in Boulder. It's the atomic physics meeting, which is a little bit of a hoity-toity thing. It's an aristocratic meeting. All the big bosses go to this meeting. It was in Boulder at the time, so it was great. I was able to go. And a fellow, I'm forgetting his name, from Oxford, Arthur Eckert, E-K-E-R-T. He was more of a computational physicist, computer scientist in a way, cryptography. He gave a talk at the atomic physics meeting on Shor's algorithm and quantum computing. So it was a little bit astray from the atomic physics community, but there was interest in that. I know Dan Kleppner here at MIT arranged him to speak there. Even though Kleppner was probably one of the opponents to quantum information as it was developing, thought it was a little too rich, too hypey. But Eckert gave this talk, and he sort of opened up the eyes of atomic physics people. But Serac and Zoller were there at that meeting. That's when they learned about Shor's algorithm, remarkable way to factor numbers faster than. And so they were stimulated by that meeting, I believe, and we were in contact with them. Of course, we knew them very well, even though they were already in Innsbruck. And so we got wind of their ideas, and we were already doing all the machinery behind the Serac and Zoller paper. This was my day-to-day existence, how to perfect the transitions that were a key part of Serac-Zoller, because we were hell-bent on making these entangled states with high fidelity, at least better than 50%. You have to get 50%. You have to get 51%.
Better than the coin.
It's something like that. That's exactly right. Because if you only have a 50% fidelity, you can just guess every time, and you're going to be right 50% of the time. That's kind of what it comes down to. But our first result had a fidelity of, I think, 80% or something, that was healthy. It was a healthy signal above 50%, and it was largely serial. It just kind of moved back and forth. But we were 5 to 10 years ahead of the entire world. So those few years, I mean, I've never seen anything like that. Everything we did was just new and amazing. We had control of a pure quantum system. We could make entangled states. We could control these ions in ways that nobody had done before. Yeah, that was a lot of fun because we were nailing the physics of the quantum gate. And Serac and Zoller's paper sort of showed how to do anything in a quantum computer using these components. And shortly after that, in about 97 or 98, 2 other guys, European, Danish, Anders Sorensen and Klaus Molmer, they extended the Serac-Zoller idea. And at first, it maybe seemed like just an incremental thing. In fact, Molmer gave me his preprint of the paper. I met him in Europe at some meeting. He said, "Oh, you should read this." The title was something awful, like how to make Schrodinger cat states with bound atoms or something like that. So it sat on my desk for about 6 weeks. And he wrote me a note and said, "So what do you think of the paper?" And then I finally looked at the paper and I was blown away because it was not incremental. In fact, it's the way that we do gates now today in trapped ions. And it cleaned up a lot of the difficulties of Serac-Zoller. Serac-Zoller was correct and it was doing the right physics, But this is a much easier way to do things. And it's very easy. It's very intuitive how Mohr-Sorensen works. And so by 2001, we had pretty much nailed down the physics of the quantum gate. And that gave us, I mean, that was 25 years ago. And in those 25 years, we haven't worried about the gates. We've been building systems. We've been building full-blown quantum computers with components that we know about. We know exactly what the physics is. So in a sense, we were doing less physics since Mohr and Sorensen.
Maybe we can go into the detail of like, okay, how does the gate work? What are the inputs and outputs? More like physically, what is like, if you had in front of you right now, what you had in the 90s, what did it look like?
Yeah, these are ion traps we're talking about. And in atomic physics, your atoms or ions are always in a vacuum chamber. You can't get rid of that. And you usually have lasers coming through windows. But in trapped ion work, you need to have electrodes nearby to create electric fields that will suspend the atoms in space. And that's not the easiest thing. And that's why trapped ions were much harder than neutral atoms. With neutral atoms, you don't need anything. You just need a vacuum chamber and a gas of atoms. You can collect them and do everything you want, all from lasers from the outside. Here we needed to put electrodes in the middle of the vacuum chamber. That means no fingerprints, everything has to be processed. And the electrodes should be clean. They by clean, I mean they shouldn't have a lot of surface noise. And that's black magic. How do you do that? Turns out organics are tricky, and we didn't know that back then. But the good news, the electrodes are pretty far away. They're tens to hundreds of microns away from the atoms. That sounds small, but atomically that's miles away. So in the 90s, we were making ion traps by hand with electrodes, and we would get rods
the electrodes like basically gold foil pieces,
yeah,
or like
usually
what?
tungsten actually.
Okay.
You can etch tungsten with sodium hydroxide. You can make sharp points. You can hold them off, and you need to apply high voltage radio frequency. So you need to hold these electrodes apart from each other with some ceramic or some insulator that has good RF characteristics. Alumina, which is sort of amorphous sapphire, or there are a lot of materials you can do that in machine. So there's a little bit of an art of doing stuff inside the vacuum. But once you get the electrodes in place, you make the atoms and you ionize the atoms. I'm skipping a lot of steps that are pretty straightforward and known since the 1950s, ionization and all that stuff. Once you have an ion and it feels the force of these electric fields, then you can laser cool the ion, just like we do neutral atoms. So what it looks like is, the first experiments had exactly two, no more, no less, exactly two ions, and we could image them on a TV screen, and you can name them. You could see each individual atom lighting up, because the atoms were very special. The atoms had very strong fluorescence. They would come back to where they started, and then they could do it again and again and again. And so there's a lot of light coming from single atoms, and there was nothing else around. It was not part of a solid or a surface. It's like looking at the stars in the sky. There's nothing there. So you can see individual atoms. Of course, when you turn the lights out, the laser beam's off. The atoms are still there. We know that because when we turn the lasers on again, they're there. So
it's a really interesting question. Can you see in ideal situation like atoms with a naked eye? Like
yes.
like Cherenkov, he was looking at
one of the atoms.
Cherenkov's radiation with his eyes.
Right. Oh boy, yeah, I read that story. That's kind of dangerous. You put your head in the accelerator or something. Most of the ions, and this is another reason they were very expensive and hard to do in the 90s. Their fluorescence is in the ultraviolet.
Okay.
And that means very expensive lasers, very high quality optical elements. High quality fused silica is the only thing that can transmit deep UV light. There is one ion in particular. In fact, much of the community is moving to this ion, barium plus, and its line is in the green. It's the longest wavelength, green. And so yes, indeed, we work a lot with barium in my Duke labs, and we've had a setup where we put an eyepiece and you can see a single atom. The room lights need to be off, and you need to look at it for a bit, but it looks like a dim star in the sky. Yeah. And you see the green light coming off the laser. And you can't have much scatter, obviously, but you can do that with ions because the electrodes are a long way away. Laser beams are 10 microns. The electrode's 100 microns away. So the laser doesn't really hit anything along the way except the atom. So you can clearly see that. So that's what it looks like. We have these two atoms. I want to talk about the Mohr gate. There's a very intuitive explanation of how this works. I see on the board some Serac-Zoller diagrams.
Yeah, that's
it's actually a lot harder to
derive, to understand how it works.
I will say though, the fundamental physics is really the same if you get a little bit of a higher level. So what we're after is a truth table between two qubits. So each atom has, let's say, I usually say spin down and spin up, where you can say 0 and 1. I see G's and E's there, G and E. It could be your qubit levels. So we would like a 4-row truth table because there are 4 states of 2 bits. So you have 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1. And we want to evolve those 4 states to something else. And depending on what that is, it could be trivial. You do nothing. That's not very useful. Or you flip 1 bit. That's also, it is useful, but it's not universal. You need to entangle the two. You need to have some kind of nonlinear operation, like an AND gate, something like that, or a NAND. The controlled NOT gate is sort of what we use a lot in quantum computing. But what I'm going to describe in the Mohr gate it's called an Ising gate or an Ising gate, which the truth table is, or controlled Z gate. It's almost the same thing. The truth table is this: 0, 0 goes to 0, 0, no change. 1, 1 goes to 1, 1, no change. But the other 2 states, 0, 1 and 1, 0, they pick up a phase factor of I. So 0, 1 goes to I, 0, 1. 1, 0 goes to I, 1, 0.
So it's symmetrical.
Yeah, it seems trivial, in fact. In fact, that doesn't entangle. It doesn't even change the states. But when you add single bit flips and so forth, you get everything. It turns out that gate is universal. And the reason it's universal is nonlinear.
What do you mean by universal? What does that mean in the quantum world?
When a 2-qubit gate is universal, if it can be accompanied by any single qubit gate, and let's be honest, single qubit gates were done in the 1940s. I mean, NMR is a single qubit gate. We know how to do that at the single atom
I mean,
level.
just exciting the atom or letting it fall to
Or flipping it halfway.
I see.
Pi over 2 pulse. In NMR language, we call that. Now, that's what makes superpositions. I can show you in 2 quick lines. If you have that truth table I said, and you have single qubit pi over 2 pulses, you can make an EPR state, a Bell state, an entangled state, which would be, for instance, 0, 0 superposed with 1, 1, 0, 0 plus 1, 1. And so that's an entangled state, and you can use that to build circuits. So another way to look at this truth table, and I'll get into the physics of how you get the truth table. That's the most fun. But the way to see this gate is nonlinear. What makes it nonlinear is, remember, 0, 0 goes to 0, 0. Let's go in order. 0, 1 goes to I, 0, 1. 1, 0 goes to I, 1, 0. 1, 1 goes to 1, 1. So what happens to 1, 1 is not a product of what happens at 0, 1 and 1, 0. The product of what happens to 0, 1 and 1, 0 is I times I, which is negative 1. But what happens to 1, 1 is positive 1. And that means that this gate with the i's in it is nonlinear. If I had an I and a negative I, then it would be boring. That would be a linear gate. So that's another way to look at it. There's a nonlinearity, meaning that what happens to both qubit states is not a product of what happens to one and the other. But again, this is not appropriate for chalkboard work, but just with 2 lines, you could show that you get an entangled state that way. It's as powerful as a controlled NOT gate.
What's the implication physically of the I? Like if I'm looking at a single atom in the physical system, when it goes from 1 to I1, what's changed?
Well, if you're just going to measure that state in isolation, there is no physical manifestation. It's a phase. It only
it's relative to the other atom.
It only pertains when you have a reference state, like when you make a superposition. If you start with 0 plus 1 and 0 plus 1 for the 2 qubits, now you have a superposition of all these output states. And then it'll be entangled. That's probably the easiest way to say it. It's hard to keep all the phases straight in your head. But if you propagate 0, so what's 0 plus 1, 0 plus 1, or 0 plus 1 squared? That's all 4 states. A superposition of 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1. And if I propagate all those, now I have a superposition of 0, 0, I, 0, 1, I, 1, 0, and 1, 1. That state, that superposition, you cannot factor. It's not separable. Unlike my input state, it was 0 plus 1, 0 plus 1. Now we have these 4 states with 2 i's in the middle that you cannot factor it. So it's entangled. Maybe that's easy. That's an easy way to see it as well. So the I is only a phase factor. If you only have a single state, phases in quantum mechanics never matter. They're overall phases. It's a relative phase that matters. So this gate has to be accompanied by things that make phases. They make superpositions. So now that we've maybe moved the computer science and the gate logic aside, how do you get this gate? And with trapped ions, this is really easy to describe, and it's a little bit visual. So we have 2 atoms, and they're sitting there. They're very cold. They're almost not moving. They don't have to be in their ground state, like ceramic solar, but they're cold enough. And we apply optical tweezers to let's say, both atoms with a big fat laser beam. And what that does is it applies a force. It doesn't trap the ions. The ions are already trapped. We don't need it for trapping. We're just going to push atoms around a little bit. And the only complex part of this force is that the direction of the force depends on the qubit state. And we can tune the laser to do that by selection rules or polarization. So to make things easy, if we're in the 1 state, we'll say that the atom pushes up. If we're in the 0 state, it pushes down. And we can do this with a very simple configuration of laser beams. So now look at these 4 possibilities. We have 0, 0. They both move down together, right? We have 1, 1. They both move up together. And then we have 0, 1. They do this. And 1, 0. They do that. Okay. Well, now we're going to consider the Coulomb interaction. The Coulomb energy between 2 charges is charge squared divided by r, divided by the distance. So if they're both in the state 1 or they're both in the state 0, nothing happens. They're the same distance apart, right? But if they're in the opposite state, 0, 1 or 1, 0, their energy is a little lower because they're a little tiny bit further apart. They're along the diagonal instead of the straight line. Okay. So there's a little bit of a defect in energy if you're in these 2 states. It's the same, by the way. It's the same defect. It's given by the length of the hypotenuse of that triangle. And when you go through the numbers, you basically get a equivalent to a dipole-dipole shift. When you change the energy in a quantum system, you're adding a phase factor. That's the simplest application of the Schrodinger equation. When you change the energy, you pick up an e to the I phi, a phase factor in the quantum state. And basically, we're picking up the same phase factor, e to the I phi, in 0, 1 or 1, 0, but the other states don't pick up any phase factor because they're exactly the same. Phase is 0. So all we have to do is set e to the I phi equal to I. In other words, phi is equal to pi over 2. Pi over 2. Yeah, good math. So by setting phi equal to pi over 2, which is the strength of the force, the amount of time that the atoms felt the force, by setting it to pi over 2, that's it. You have a gate. That's the Molnar-Sorensen gate. You don't have to worry about sidebands, and it doesn't matter if you're even in a thermal state of motion. This relative phase factor is all that matters, and it's a very clean way to do this gate. You don't need to cool all the way to the ground state of motion, and it's much more forgiving in terms of the external control parameters.
So maybe this is a stupid question, but to have a useful gate, you have to be able to, you don't just initialize it in a random state. You need to tell it what state you want to start in, and then it evolves, right? So how do you tell it start in this state or start in this state or this state?
Right. Usually with ions, probably any platform, you initialize all the qubits in a product state, an unentangled state, a boring one like 0, 0, 0, 0. You put them all in a given state. I suppose in some platforms that initialized state could be entangled. It just depends on the system. But usually, I think the best system is certainly in atoms. We start with them all in a product state of zeros everywhere. So
So it just means the atoms are sitting in their normal trap position. That's 0, 0.
I'm talking about the internal qubit. The qubit is like an atomic clock. It's inside the atom.
Okay.
It's like a spin or
Yeah,
hyperfine
yeah,
levels.
yeah.
Okay. So they're all started in the state 0. How do you do that? Well, there's a technique called optical pumping that allows you to do that. This is what atomic physics was in the 1960s. Right when they got lasers, they were starting to do optical pumping. Maybe before that, before laser cooling. It's sort of cooling the internal states, preparing a highly polarized state, if you want. You know, when we take MRI pictures in NMR, we rely on a slight thermal excess of ground state versus excited state, a part per million or something. So our signal to noise is only part per million per atom. So of course, if you have 10 to the 20th water molecules in your brain, you can image that. But with atoms, we can get perfect polarization. Every atom is with very high probability in the 0 state. So we start there, and then we apply these single qubit gates, which I kept saying are trivial. We know how to do that with lasers or microwaves. And then you prepare your initial state. Usually an algorithm starts with a superposition of 0 plus 1 to the nth power. All of them are 0 plus 1, which is not entangled at all, but you have all of the inputs. Every state of n qubits is represented in equal superposition. You usually start that, not always, but you usually start, like Shor's algorithm starts that way. And then you compute some function over all the inputs. For the single Molnar-Sorensen gate, if you start with that input state and the 2 qubits that you apply the gate to, you just entangle those 2. So that's what it looks like. You have to upload information in a sense, putting the single qubit gates, and then do these 2 qubit gates between any pair of gates that you want, depending on the program. And then at the end, you get a mess. You get well, it's not a random mess. It's a pure entangled state that has hopefully some structure, some use, some computational power, depending on the problem.
So this like Coulombic interaction, you said it shifts the energy levels to some degree, like a Stark effect.
No, it's Coulomb.
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 Okay.
Just E squared over 4 pi epsilon naught R.
Okay, and then your laser is adjusted for like specific transition, so then it leads to like detuning, like when you put them in on the diagonal, right? So then they're not tuned to exact resonance, and then this is the way you control the phase accumulated by one of the atoms.
Yeah, there are many ways to do this. You can do it with microwaves actually. You don't even need lasers.
Okay,
with microwave gradients, but you need to. Maybe a simplest situation is the 0 state, nothing happens to it.
Yeah.
And the 1 state receives a kick, receives a force. That works as well. I mean, I did the 0 and 1 being opposite just because it's easy to kind of envision. So how do you operationally get a force on one state without the other?
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually it's detuned from an excited state. It needs to be. You can't scatter light. You can't have the ion give up what state it's in. One state scatters, the other doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Scattering meaning fluorescence and so
Yep.
forth. So you need to be really far detuned. You're in the dispersive limit like optical tweezers. That's why I made the analogy to optical tweezers. But you can also ensure by the polarization of that light or selection rules of the 2 levels that one state doesn't participate. It doesn't have any matrix element or something.
Mm-hmm.
The other one does. So there are probably infinitely many configurations depending on your system, depending on your atom, and what you want to control. There are a lot of ways to do this. So there is some, but you do need a state-dependent force, and that's sort of. I mean, you can do that in almost any atom really.
Okay, and it seems like this is like one of the core elements for like quantum computing. You need to have the nonlinear 2 qubit gate, which is also brings like to limitations like in terms of fidelity, precision. Now I guess like the next question is, starting from these 2 atoms, how do we get to many of them?
Yeah.
What's the path towards making, I don't know,
what's
10 and more?
What's beautiful about this particular platform is that, I mean, you'll notice earlier I made this huge leap of abstraction to a full-blown quantum computer based on just pointing laser beams at individual atoms. And that's largely right. The problem is quantum computers, at first glance, they're very much like analog computers. So the errors accumulate. And so if you're only doing 99%, then you can only do 100 operations before things get noisy, things get random.
And in that work, so how good was the fidelity, or how good was your coin at that time?
Like I said, the first gate was like 80% or something. That's
Okay.
I mean, but you could put 4 or 5 of them together. I mean, that's not very useful. And the tricky thing is, and we'll talk about scaling. That's a really important point. What makes quantum computers super hard to build is that as you scale, the components need to get better as you scale. That's a really hard recipe for scaling. Can you imagine you're tasked with running a car factory, building cars, and okay, I can build 1,000 cars in 1 year. I can build 10,000 cars in 1 year, but now each car has to be a little better.
Yeah, this is
that's no way to scale.
Yeah, that's a miracle. I see the current situation like with chip industry. So somehow that the transistors, the like field effect transistors, it's easy to scale them.
Yeah, VLSI was easy to scale, and this is a fundamental difference between conventional computing and quantum computing. Conventional computers latch. That is, through feedback, we almost never think of it. If you have an open loop transistor, it has a gain. It's very high. It might be 1 million, but the gain is different on each transistor by factor 2. I mean, they can really be different. So the fidelity is only 50. And if you're trying to get a gain of exactly 1 million, it's like flipping a coin. I mean, it's going to be 500,000, it's going to be 2 million, 750,000. So in a sense, how do you scale up? Well, by running a transistor in feedback, or by doing a cascaded set of transistors, a flip flop, or a NAND gate. You're feeding the output to the input, and the gain, the relevant parameter becomes the gain divided by 1 plus the gain. And if the gain's 1 million or 2 million, who cares? G over 1 plus G is good to a part per million. I mean, so so that's what VLSI relies on: the ability to truly measure an output and feedback on the input. Another way to say that is if the voltage level gets a little lower, it droops. Well, you just bring it back up. It's like a thermostat. You can apply feedback. Quantum computers, you can't obviously apply feedback. I say obviously because there's something called quantum error correction. It's nothing like transistors. So right now, nobody really knows how to scale an error-corrected quantum computer. The overhead is enormous. It could be 1,000 to 1. You might need 1,000 regular qubits to get 1 good qubit. Now, if you can make 1 billion of them, great. But when you make 1 billion of them, you probably need 1 million qubits to make one. I mean, because you're making more, the errors accumulate. So scaling is really hard. And returning to the trapped ion platform, one thing we've recognized is as we scale up the number of ions, the number of qubits, we have to have a concomitant improvement in the fidelity of the gates. And we've largely done that, but that's why people might look at ions and say, well, you're still only at 25 or 30 qubits. That's because we're just breaking beyond 3 nines of fidelity, 99.9%. That's 1 out of 1,000 errors. That means, you might say, well, that means you can do 1,000 operations. That's about right. Well, why not have 1,000 qubits with 1,000 operations? Okay, maybe those are all a little fast. But if you have n qubits, if you have 30 qubits, you need to entangle them all. How many gates is that? It's 30 squared. Because if you have 30 qubits, there are 450 pairs. 30 squared divided by 2, roughly. So the number of gates you need scales like the square of the number of qubits you have. So if you have 30 qubits, you're going to need 10 to the minus 3 errors. That's a nasty scaling. If you have 100 qubits, that's 10 to the minus 4. If you have 1 million qubits, that's 10 to the minus 12. So if you have 1 million qubits and you only have a fidelity of 99%, you're wasting your time. You're not entangling them all. If you have 2 qubits and you have 10 to the minus 9 errors, you're wasting your time. You're just spinning your wheels on 2 qubits. Who cares? So you have to scale while improving the fidelity. And very few platforms have a credible roadmap to do that. It's great physics. I think you throw superconducting qubits on a chip. Well, I can throw 1 million superconductors on a chip. Great, go ahead and do it. I mean, your fidelity is going to be 80%. It won't be useful.
So just a yield problem for
with superconducting systems, and I think any solid state system right now, from what we know now, if you make the system bigger, the crosstalk is much worse. Each one is different from the other, and those differences fluctuate. And the calibration issue is just crazy hard. Nobody knows how to deal with that. Nobody. So you make a chip like that, and you make a measurement, and you get some little wiggle, and you say, look, we have a quantum computer. That's kind of what's going on right now.
So who holds the record for fidelity on 2 qubit gates now?
Let's see. I think it's Quantinuum, which is a spinoff from Honeywell, ion trap company, 99.97 maybe, and another small ion trap company out of Oxford Ionics. They're 99.96. I think they're right there. Now, I founded a company called IonQ, and they've spent more. They're interested more in this scaling and selling of systems. I think maybe to a fault, but they're slightly behind there. Superconducting systems are really stuck in the 99.x range. Again, it depends on what you mean. There's lots of asterisks to that number. Some of them are exclusive of measurement. In other words, it's just the gate fidelity, but you want to measure it? Yeah, there's an added error there. So as a physics result, that's good because you want to know what the error is in the gate. And the error of the measurement is usually some different type of error, and there's different problems, so you should separate them. But operationally, if you want to use a quantum computer, you can't separate those. You need both of them to be really good. So the superconducting systems are quite a bit behind. Neutral atom systems are coming on strong. They're beyond 99% now, and I'm not sure how far they'll get. We'll see. But the great thing about atoms and ions, we sort of understand the errors. The errors of these gates are almost entirely control errors. They're errors in our lasers and our control system. It's not the fundamental physics of the atom, because the fundamental physics, the idling qubit of an atom is perfect. I say that with a straight face because these are atomic clocks. They define time. So when you're not doing anything to them, they can keep their quantum memory for as long as you want, and that's not really an exaggeration. It depends on, you have to have an atomic clock lab in a way, but it's possible to do that. Whereas solid state qubits, superconducting qubits, they don't idle. They die after 100 microseconds.
So it sounds like then lasers is currently the limit, the technological limit for precision.
Yeah, lasers. I mentioned this company, Oxford Ionics. They're not using lasers for the gates. They're using microwaves, which has its own issues because the atoms are really close together. The microwave wavelength is a few centimeters, so there's a lot of crosstalk and microwave engineering, but they don't have lasers for the gates. So that's very interesting. But yeah, you're right. Your statement is generally true that our limitation, the bottleneck right now is laser noise. And it's not just power noise fluctuating. It's, the atoms are over here, the laser's here, and a train goes by and things vibrate. And now the atom is experiencing sort of a stochastic power. It's not the laser's fault. It's just that the system's big and we haven't yet shrunk it down by using some of your meta optics or something. Seriously, integrating optics on an ion trap chip, we haven't even started there yet. And when we do that, the performance is going to go through the roof. And we haven't done it yet. So we need some.
Has there
more-
not been just a silicon photonic chip or some photonic waveguide chip with a trapped ion on top?
There's been some of that. Actually, MIT Lincoln Labs has really pioneered that. Some work at NIST in Boulder, my former group there. But these are, they're not good enough yet, put it that way. In particular, the idling atom, I say it's perfect. Well, you can't have any light. You can't have any of the light that will cause fluorescence. And these light waveguides on the chip, they scatter, even at 10 to the minus 8 levels. I mean, we're going to need about 100 dB of isolation, and that's really hard. I don't think it'll be impossible in the future, and maybe other techniques, but we have to invent, I think, on the engineering side, better devices. But once they're integrated, then the train doesn't matter anymore. I mean, everything moves together. The atoms are pinned to the chip. So if the chip moves, the atoms move. And right now our laser's over here. That's a problem. But if the laser and everything is on chip, man, everything moves together. It's going to be like silicon in regular CPUs.
When you make smaller lasers, I would assume intuitively they probably underperform comparing to like bigger ones, like large cavity ones.
Absolutely.
So that's the downside.
Is there a physical law you have to have some volume or something? I mean, in practice, that seems to be the case. I look at we look at the first transistor at Bell Labs in 1947. I mean, it was this big, the whole transistor, germanium, and it depended on the humidity and the temperature of the room and all that. And now they're 10 nanometers across. I'm not saying I know how to integrate a laser of high power on a chip, but is it physically impossible? I don't know. And even if you don't get the laser on there, maybe you can feed the laser in through a fiber and then get the fiber anchored to the chip. And now, again, if there's any vibration, it's the fiber that takes it up. So I think that's an approach as well. This is sort of what they're doing at Lincoln Labs. I don't think they've yet put lasers on the chip, but they've put waveguides and output gratings that couple the light to aim onto an atom. No alignment. That's great. You don't have to be in the lab turning knobs anymore.
So do they see actually right now some path towards like moving forward with the fidelities or?
Yeah, I mentioned error correction. I mean, I think the approach in trapped ions is that don't do error correction for as long as you can. Just make the system passively very high performing, and then leak it in at the end. Error correction should be a defensive technique. You should not go in and say, you know what, we're going to start with error correction and then architect our whole system around that. That's what's happening at like Google. And
Let's just, if we define error, what does error really mean? It means, let's say the laser power fluctuates and then there's like a change in the qubit's orientation, or like, what is an error?
Yeah, well, that phase I talked about earlier, that phase, what goes into that number? Well, it's the energy shift integrated over time. So it's the time at which the laser is applied. Time is pretty good though. Usually time is not the issue, but it's the area, the pulse area of the laser pulse. So it's the intensity integrated over time. If you have really fast noise, that's fine. You get to average that out. If you have really slow noise, that's okay too, because you can calibrate it. You can stop and say, okay, what's the power? Here we go. But if you have noise just at the wrong frequency, at the frequency it turns out to be, say tens of kilohertz, and there is noise, a lot of noise at tens of kilohertz. That noise is a killer. And beam steering noise, depending on the turbulence and the vibrational properties. And these ions actually, they do drift a little bit in time on the trap, and there's, you have to improve that. But all of these will impact that phase. Instead of I, it's 0.9 I or 1.1 I, or it has a real part. So there's noise on that, and that ends up effectively being decoherence on the qubit. Even though the qubit was perfect, it's just our controller was off a little bit.
What's the tolerance?
Well, again, if you're, I'm being fast and loose here, but if you have 10 to the minus 3 noise, that is the RMS deviation of that phase is 10 to the minus 3. So it's I plus or minus 10 to the minus 3 of I or something. That means, again, it really depends on the context. And there's an art form on how you propagate errors in a quantum computer. But very naively, that means you can do about 1,000 operations before it's totally random. And that's what I was saying earlier. So that's appropriate for 30 qubits. So you don't need error correction up to 30 qubits. Now to get to 60 qubits, if you only have 10 to the minus 3 errors, or you have an algorithm that's expensive, it needs more than n squared gates. Maybe you need n cubed. Shor's algorithm is more than n squared. There's a prefactor. I think it's big. Maybe it's n cubed. It's not exactly n cubed, but you might need a lot. You always need more gates than you think. And in cases like that, you're going to need to deploy some error correction. Now, once again, with these atom systems, the errors are not fundamental quantum errors. They're sort of control errors. And if we can characterize them, there are some ways you can reverse these errors. In NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, they call these spin echo pulses. It's a total field in its own right, how to optimize pulses for a certain type of error that has a certain type of a noise spectrum. You can back some of those things out. It's because it's not a fundamental quantum error. It's just your ignorance in the classical error. And that's a huge advantage. There's a word we use in the field now, we call it error mitigation. Not exactly active error correction, but error mitigation that can help you. It won't make it fully fault tolerant, but it might get you across the finish line. And that's, I think, a really promising approach for now. Look, in 30 years, there will be full error correction. I have no doubt. I don't know what platform it will be, but there's economics there. It's going to be super expensive to get there, and we better have an application in the short run. And that application won't use error correction so much because nobody's going to pay for error correction unless they got some payback from a nearer term application.
Is there some kind of, I guess, less direct way to get something like an ion trap, for example, like a hole in a semiconductor or something like that? Like maybe it only exists for a brief nanosecond, but you get like an ion trap for a moment, you do your computation, and then it kind of falls apart. Is that a possibility?
Absolutely. There's wonderful research, and I would largely put all of those technologies into the term quantum dot. A quantum dot is a solid state. It could be a defect. It could be a dopant of a different atom in the. Most of them are optically active, which is good because I think optics are going to be the control. We haven't even talked about sort of photonic networking and to scaling. If your qubit can't talk to optical photons, I think you're in trouble in the long So quantum dots that are optically active, there are many flavors of those. My favorite one is we have these so-called color centers in materials like diamond. It's unfortunate that it's diamond because it's really hard to machine.
Best friend of engineers, not so well.
Yeah, well, Marco Loncar at Harvard, he's like the world's expert at machining diamond. And the cool thing about diamond is there's a particular defect. I would never have guessed this, of course, but we all know it now. If you remove one of the carbon atoms in the solid carbon that makes diamond, and then you also replace a neighboring carbon with nitrogen, it's called nitrogen vacancy, NV diamond. That's a term. It's a particular color center, and it behaves like an ion trap. I think Misha Lukin calls it like nature's ion trap or something. So it's this defect. It's optically active in the infrared, and it has a spin and so forth. That's super promising. And it's being used now for sensors, for communication links. But the memory that you leave behind, the qubit, it's just not super clean. Every one of them is different. If they're anywhere near a surface, and I mean, if they're embedded in this monstrous diamond, you can't get access to it. So you need a surface nearby, and the surfaces are noisy. If you gate electrodes on it, if you want to apply electric or magnetic fields, they add their own noise. So the qubit actually turns out to be really bad. And nobody has really built a quantum computer at any interesting scale that can be scaled in NV diamond. There are versions in silicon. There are certain color centers in silicon. In silicon carbide, maybe there's silicon vacancies in diamond that are really interesting. They have different features. I think there's a whole periodic table of these color centers. They maybe haven't all been investigated, but so far they're just way too noisy to think about.
Where does the noise come from? Just from the crystal lattice bumping into it, or
They come from KT, temperature, mostly the surface noise, 1/f noise. Sometimes they call it spectral diffusion. The optical line that it comes
the
to.
optics have to go through the surface, through the surface, and that can always be different.
And diamond's a tricky thing too, because diamond has a very high index. So to get light out, you have to you sacrifice a lot. You need very high numerical apertures to couple efficiently. People have done it. I mean, there's great work here at Harvard and at Delft in the Netherlands, Australia. It's a very cool system, and it's solid state. That's the only saving grace, is that it's sitting there all the time. But sometimes they go out. It's like somebody turns off the switch, they're gone. There could be some diffusion process. And anyway, so I think there's great research in these fields. Self-assembled quantum dots, individual ions that are in glass, like transitional elements like erbium or dysprosium or ytterbium that are in glass. Usually it's the 3+ ion that is the, I don't know why that is, I should know why, but they can operate as a qubit and for making quantum networks, nodes, and so forth. But as qubits, they're very poor.
Actually, for quantum error mitigation, are there any attempts? Like you said that some kind of random noise from the tracks, like cars outside or something like that. Like, are there any attempts to send those systems to space, like to ISS or to like satellites? Can we learn something from atomic clocks? Like, are those clocks better when they're on satellites comparing to the ones in GILA and NIST?
I don't think so. I think the noise in atomic systems is very short range. It's proximal. And you have a vacuum chamber, whether it's on the space station or not. And the one nice thing about space is that for neutral atoms, you don't need a trap. If gravity's canceled, but by the, I always laugh when they say microgravity. They somehow turned off the Earth's gravity up there. Anyway, so if gravity is canceled by centrifugal acceleration, the atoms can just expand, and you can observe them for a long time. They don't fall, and that gives you a longer observation time, almost like ions. You don't have to trap them, and so there are lower shifts there. That's the only thing I see, really. Usually, for quantum computing, you want to pin these things down. You want to hold onto them tight. So being up in space or down there, I don't think it matters so much. And seismic noise, again, when the system is small enough, the seismic noise is really, you can get rid of that. Either a big optical table that's floating on air, or just a little chamber that you could actively compensate for it. I don't see a need for quantum computers in space outside of these sensor ideas. having entanglement over satellites. You might need a little quantum computer on each satellite to purify the entangled state. It's like doing error correction, but it's not computing. It's not computing algorithms. It's just maintaining entanglement over a distance to measure a gravity wave or something like that.
For lasers, do we see like the path to make better, like how to reduce further the noise? Or is it just like most like seismic noise, or what are the sources of noise, and how can we improve lasers, make them better?
I think, as discussed, most systems now, these prototypes, they're big.
Okay.
And the laser is separate, and there's not yet a market. In much of our research with ions, we use the atom ytterbium ions, ytterbium plus. And the main reason we use ytterbium, it's an engineering reason. It's that the laser we use for all these gates, for these push forces, the best wavelength, to a few percent, is 355 nanometers. Why is that interesting? Well, 355 nanometers is a commodity. That wavelength is used for lithography of CMOS, upper levels of CMOS. Companies make thousands of these lasers of all different types, as much power as you want. It is UV, but it's turnkey. Literally, the only knob on the laser is a key. You turn it on, and that laser works for years. And that's why we use ytterbium, because we didn't want to have to tune the damn laser every morning of every day. I've done that. I've been there. So ytterbium ions are real nice because of that reason. So the laser is turnkey, and I think neutral atom quantum computers as well. They're going to need to. There needs to be a market, and we were lucky that there was a market in silicon fab for this particular laser, and we went for it. But we don't yet have that market for other lasers that we're going to need for the full suite in a quantum computer. It's almost a chicken and egg thing. I just hope in the next few years there's some niche application. I don't know where it's going to come from. Most academics don't believe it will happen because they want proof and they want Shor's algorithm. Whereas a heuristic algorithm that just works, you don't know why it works, but it just works, that's valuable. And once we get that, it will pay for the development of a market of lasers. Maybe that's naive thinking in itself, but it's important that we build systems, get them out in the field, and they be used by potential users, even though they're still not as powerful as your laptop. It's important that people use them so that they can figure out how it can help solve their problem in a totally different way of programming. I mean, quantum computers are not, we don't have Python. We don't even have C or assembler language. It's so low level right now. And it's chicken and the egg problem. I mean, we're stuck here in the research world. We can get by, we can do science and publish papers and get funding to do that, but that's not going to change a technology. We need industry to be involved, maybe with researchers, maybe with those that know nothing about quantum computing, but they know a lot about certain problems that are really hard that might be mapped to quantum computers. So yeah, so you're asking a lot about laser technology. It's really a bottleneck.
And it's a good segue to ask about, how did IonQ originate? So this idea to actually commercialize this, it must have not been, was it immediately obvious that it would get commercialized, or was it something that kind of you guys had the realization at some point, wait a minute, this could maybe be a company?
So I started working, collaborating heavily with Jungsang Kim, who was the co-founder of IonQ. He's always been at Duke. He was at Bell Labs and went to Duke University in 2005, and I was at Michigan and Maryland. But we saw some complementarity. Although he's trained in physics, knows all this stuff, he's a real engineer. He appreciates what products can do and what it takes to make a product from his time at Bell Labs. And he went into quantum computing with ions, having no experience in it. And I was starting to stand out as a researcher in the academic sense, but I needed engineering and he needed physics, so we started working together. And by the late 2000s, maybe 2010 or something, we sort of had a blueprint for an architecture, high-level architecture. It involved local interactions, like I talked about, Mulmer gates, and then non-local interactions through photonic interconnects, like a data center. If you can build one of them with 50 or 100 qubits, you can copy and paste. It's very expensive to do this, but we have an architecture that allows you to connect them through photons. And by the way, Jungsang Kim's work at Bell Labs, he played a big role in building the biggest optical switch ever. It had 1,000 inputs and 1,000 outputs with MEMS mirrors and so forth, the Lambda router project. It was canned in 2001 when it just wasn't necessary. And as you know, in optical communications, you don't want to go into free space. Just do it longitudinally on a single mode fiber or whatever. I think they sunk many hundreds of millions into this project and they ended up banning it. But he knows that was a key part of this architecture, how to scale. So we had this architectural paper, a research paper in Physical Review A. And I mention that because in 2014, I was visited by a man named Harry Weller, who's a venture capitalist. And they're fun people to talk to. They see right through you, number one. But they're interesting. You've met many yourself, I know. And so he came into my academic office and he waved this Phys Rev A paper in my face. And he said, this reads like a business plan. Of course, we were conscious that we were putting out an idea that it'd be great to recognize this idea, but we kind of weren't ready for business in 2014. We knew that maybe in 2020 or something, in the future. But he just kept hounding us. And when Jungsang and I got involved together in trying to do this, it took about 2 years to get the universities at Duke and the University of Maryland to agree to allow a presumed company to have all the IP, the license rights, exclusive license rights, all the IP, with no royalties, but equity. In other words, our startup would have equity that's worthless. It's just on paper, and the university would take some of it. I think the ceiling was a few percent, so it actually wasn't all that much. And they agreed to it because they were convinced by this venture capitalist that, look, if you don't do this, the company's not going to happen, and nobody wins. I wish other universities would adopt that model anyway. If we were at Stanford or MIT, I hate to say our company probably wouldn't have happened. Anyway, Maryland and Duke, maybe they were hungry, but so that took about 2 years, and we finally said, okay, we're gonna go through with this and try to commercialize it, at least have a big industrial engineering effort at this. And so the venture capital firm New Enterprise Associates, NEA, they're one of the biggest out there. They seeded us for a few million. We could hire a CEO. We could prosecute IP, work with the universities and so forth. The company would pay for the IP, of course, 20 or 30K per item. And so that went on for a few months, and then our champion venture capitalist, Harry, he passed away. He tragically passed away in his sleep. Young guy, very vigorous. It's just a mystery what happened. And so we were left. We didn't have a champion anymore in the venture capital world, but we'd already hired a CEO. So we sort of took some time off and camped in Palo Alto, and made the rounds, learned about venture capital. I remember one trip, it got extended. I had to buy clothes at Costco because I didn't pack enough. So fortunately, NEA, the firm that seeded us, they sort of honored Harry Weller's commitment, and we got one of their partners to kind of sponsor it, and we raised more with GV, Google Ventures. And there were about 30 people. I even had to be CEO for about a year as we were in between CEOs. 35 people. We were building prototypes based on the stuff Jungsang and I had put together at the universities. We were funded very well at the universities for a number of years by the spies, IARPA and Department of Defense and so forth, NSA.
Do you think that they benefited from that? Like, was the idea that there would be maybe some like quantum information type of things coming out, or like what was the?
Oh, for sure.
Like, why do they? What's kind of the military use case or whatever you would call it?
Well, the intelligence community is interested in quantum mainly because of its applications to code breaking. RSA.
Right.
Reverse element. It relies on the inability to factor numbers, and Shor's factoring
So
algorithm.
they're thinking if someone's going to factor, you know, if someone's going to get Shor's, it's us. That's kind of like the thinking.
Well, they were. I think they were very realistic. I mean, the folks at the NSA, I like talking to them. They sort of have this long-term view. They don't necessarily even want to have one. They just want to know when one will be built, and when an adversary might be able to build one, because that implies that sort of tells you how safe your codes are right now. If you want them to be secret over political timescales, yeah. So IARPA sponsored us for over a decade. I think we probably, with all the grants together, went through about $100 million.
The big question now that Bitcoin exists is what will happen, right? So basically, if at some point the computer gets good enough to it's actually not Bitcoin mining that breaks, but it's like Bitcoin wallets. So, but there's a game theoretical problem, which is like if you just start transferring all the Bitcoin, they're going to go to zero. Like the value will go to zero. So if somebody actually cracks the signatures in Bitcoin wallets, they have to do something where they like withdraw small amounts every year, you know, where it's like disruptive but not sufficient to kill it. And then they have to like, you know, it's an interesting question of like exactly what would happen if you could crack those signatures. But I think the signatures are common not just to Bitcoin, but like many other things. But maybe those things are not as permanent. Like credit card transactions, for example, they could just switch to a different cryptography and the history is not that important, right? Whereas like in this case, it's all history. So like, and that's what determines like what happened in Bitcoin. So anyway, it's just a funny.
Yeah, I've heard those stories that it could be really catastrophic.
Yeah, it's like this game theoretic thing where in theory it could like explode it, but then what would you be left with, right? So you know, but the other thing that can be done is maybe just people can just make a copy of Bitcoin with a different cryptography and then manually transfer over all the balances basically, and then kind of say like, right, we're starting over with the same balances before the pre-catastrophe balances. But you know, it's likely that the value would just be much lower after that. You know, like the market value,
Hard reset,
because it's never been broken, right? So that's like part of the value. So it's just a funny. Nobody knows really what will happen, right? So
well, fortunately, we are, I think, probably many decades away from quantum computers being able to attack that. And we'll see. You know, if we have this near-term application, I think that 30-year time frame for factoring will telescope inward. Again, people don't think of it that way, but I think groups like the NSA should be really thinking about not factoring, but some heuristic optimization program for a traveling salesman problem in logistics. NSA probably cares about that directly, but even if they don't, it will open the floodgates for people to fund lasers and stuff like that, or whatever technology needed to get to Shor's algorithm at scale. So our business plan at IonQ, I mean, it's remarkable that companies can have a business plan, but we had a very credible roadmap. You know, a multi-year roadmap that we're going to get to this number of qubits, we'll be able to do that and that. And it wasn't based on new physics. There was nothing new in the physics. The Mulmer gate was tied up 20 years ago. You know, we're done with that. Now it's all about the architecture, error correction, error mitigation. And so we, in 2019, our new CEO, Peter Chapman, came over from Amazon. He's a software guy at Amazon Prime. And with COVID hitting, it's like all kinds of things going on. With COVID hitting, we were told by our board that we had just raised like 60 million. So we had a lot of money in the bank, a couple year, 3 or 4 year roadmap. They said, well, no, this roadmap needs to be 8 or 9 years. You have to stop hiring. You know, we don't know what COVID's going to do. This is early 2020, mid 2020. And so we were approached by a SPAC, special purpose acquisition company, or blank check company, to go public. And you know, so SPACs are sort of like, they say it's a 4-letter word on Wall Street now. It's a little bit of a shortcut to an IPO. I think the regulators at the time didn't like it. But the SPAC had investors, $300 million in investment, and their job was just to identify a company to invest in and give that company the position on the stock exchange. In our case, it was the New York Stock Exchange, NYSE. And so this took about a year, but we ended up going for it because it would give us I don't know, $600, $700 million in capital in the bank. And we on the street, we would be a company worth $2 billion or something like that. But we had the bank, and that was, I think, our biggest risk. It was access to capital. Quantum computing, I mean, it's so speculative. You can't be raising every year. I mean, that's just, I don't know. I know you have to sometimes, but when we had this opportunity, we went for it. So IonQ is a public company. This is 21.
Was it the first quantum company going to IPO?
Yeah, it was the first pure quantum computing. I mean, Google does quantum computing.
Yeah, but it's
10 to the minus 4 of their, 10 to the minus 6 of their budget probably. Yeah, we were the first exclusive quantum computing company. Wow, what a challenge that is, because you can't. I mean, if there's no hype in a field, the field's probably not interesting. So there needs to be, you need to be speculative. But as a public company, you also have to, every quarter, you have to say, how'd you do last quarter? Quarter before that. People aren't used to, in the public markets, people aren't used to a research field like this being public. I guess in biotech there's some of that. It's very speculative, and so the company, it was very hard to walk that fine line between doing R&D for 5-10 year outlook and having quarterly earnings reports. So we early on we put systems on the cloud, AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, Microsoft Azure. And so people actually could buy access to our systems on the cloud. And actually, when I was CEO is when we first started considering this, and I was kind of negative on it because I wanted to, I guess the researcher in me, I wanted to work on photonic interconnects, the stuff that was going to really pay in the long run. You can't think too long haul, I guess, but I didn't want to do it because it was going to require a lot of engineering, and it was going to take these people away from research. And furthermore, the system would sit there and it wouldn't improve. I mean, it's a static system. You can't, if it's on the cloud, it needs to be up almost 24/7. You can't say, oh, I have a new idea to do this. No, you can't do that. You have to freeze the design. And so it's not going to perform very well. So I was afraid of that. But in the end, it was a good thing to do because just that exercise of making something available 24/7, just figuring out, I mean, we learned so much on how to make a system better, and that'll apply to everything down the road. So it was a good thing to do, but you can't do just that. And I think, IonQ, I think to a fault, maybe they sell systems too much. I wish they would work a little more on R&D. I mentioned Quantinuum, who has the highest fidelity gates out there. I think they're too much on the other side. They're doing too much R&D. They're publishing papers nonstop. They're great papers. As a researcher in the field, I love reading their papers. Not only that, a lot of my former students are working there at Quantinuum, but it's really good stuff. It's great. They're really setting the standards for performance in these quantum computers. They're not paying attention to scaling as much, as far as I can tell. Their system looks like a physics lab experiment at a university. Their system does, and they're even selling their system now. I don't know. They're trying to, but so somewhere in the middle there's an optimum. We have two companies, and they're sort of on opposite extremes. That's not the worst thing in the world, I guess. There's competition, but so yeah, the company, things happen super fast, way faster than I could imagine. And I stepped back a year and a half ago. It might be obvious why. I mean, I really was more interested in the future research on how to make the system scalable, and also they were really in an engineering phase, and maybe I was less useful there. But anyway, it was an interesting ride, and I hope and pray the best for them. It's great. They're great people. The technical team there is amazing at IonQ and Quantinuum. I think these are great companies.
What's the kind of, you've mentioned a couple of times, it's like near-term use case would really help, right? What is I feel like there's, Google occasionally publishes something about quantum supremacy, which like when you read it carefully feels a little bit contrived, and it's kind of I wonder what's the most promising or one or two most promising things you've heard of that where there could be like a supremacy type thing where at least the quantum computer is better than anything else at doing that task, even if the task is useless. Let's say like that would be to me like the first level, and the next level up would be something that then somebody's even wants. But the question is like, well, where might those like near-term tasks be? And are they even computational? Like I don't know, just to make the question even more open.
They will probably be heuristic. And what I mean by that is I think the Google work, and a lot of research, we do some of it too, is to benchmark quantum computers to certify that they're doing quantum things. Who cares? Shor's factoring algorithm is wonderful for a few reasons. One is that if it produces an answer, you can easily check. You don't need a quantum computer yourself to say, well, I'm going to check to see if this is really done on a quantum computer. If it can continually factor big numbers, there's good logic that says, well, you must have a quantum computer, unless somebody in the basement of NSA has figured out a new algorithm. We actually don't know that. We don't know that factoring is in fact hard. Strongly suspected. Anyway, that's sort of what I'm told. So that application is great because you don't have to check it. What Google is doing and other labs, they're basically generating random numbers, certain patterns of randomness that they claim you can't do on a regular computer. How do you prove that? Well, we can't do it on a regular computer. That's very indirect. It doesn't mean that somebody can't do it on a regular computer. We just don't know how. So it's very indirect. I think it's sort of a waste of time because that's not how a useful algorithm will look at all. I reserve the right to be wrong, but I just don't see it. I think it makes a big splash because you can use a fancy word like supremacy, and they do that every year or something. I think the heuristic nature of these applications that will probably, if we have something in the near term, it'll be something like an optimizer of some niche function, some cost function that maybe nobody cares about but one industry, and it has lots of variables in it. And if a quantum computer can somehow get to a better optimum, a better answer than your laptop or your supercomputer, then it's useful. Now, we're pretty sure a quantum computer will never be able to solve for the optimum, the best case scenario. That's on pretty good footing. But we actually don't know where that is. I mean, you have exponentially many configurations, and they're all down.
This is like in some optimization space, like which you mentioned the traveling salesman problem, like which path to take between sales calls.
You can never know. Network. Yeah. Actually, my daughter, she's a classical computer scientist, PhD in Boulder. She's worked on that traveling salesman heuristic. It's really good. So the bar is very high. But if a quantum computer can beat the classical heuristics, it doesn't matter that it's quantum. But and we know that a quantum computer has access to a space of configurations that your classical computer would never have. That's weak also. It doesn't prove anything. But in a sense, we need to build big machines and maybe even deploy machine learning on the gates. Each gate in a quantum computer has a parameter. Remember this phase? I? It doesn't have to be I. I can make it, I plus 0.1 I. Not an error. I decided to put that 0.1 in there. That's a continuous parameter in every gate. And so what we can do is deploy a circuit. It looks totally, might be random, but it connects all the qubits and it has all these parameters, classical parameters. And then you see what you get. It's like throwing dice or something. You see what you get. And then you rejigger the parameters and see if you can get better. And so you use a classical supercomputer on the side to optimize the classical stuff. And that's sort of like quantum machine learning. And it sounds hokey pokey because I'm not sure how it works, but it might work. And you can't prove it won't work. You can't prove it will work. It's one of those things that academics hate because you can't prove anything about it. So the theorists are not thinking about this type of application. But people that have machines in their hands, they probably are thinking about it. They're going to goof around and play around. So I think it's unlikely we'll see something in 5 years that really pays the bills or shows commercial utility. But if we do, it'll be something like that.
Yeah, we would also joke that the quantum computer is like Crook's tube of the 21st century. So we just need to give it to as many people, and maybe it will converge to something.
There you go. They're very expensive, though. Oh boy.
Is there a different way to use the same hardware that would be like, instead of gates, something else? Right? Is there a different, because like you said, the hardware is expensive, but maybe there are just different ways to program it or different ways to interrogate it.
Oh, absolutely. So we didn't get into the details of a trapped ion system, but you could clearly see there's a lot of optics. We're pointing individual laser beams on individual atoms. And even with neutral atoms, I often talk about ions and neutral atoms in the same breath because they have a lot of similar characteristics. You have all these tweezer beams moving atoms around. Well, if you could make the optics easier, like maybe forget about all the individual beams, let's apply a big fat beam. It hits everybody. So now you have a simultaneous gate on all pairs. In some cases, that's not interesting. But in some cases, you can tune things so that you get interesting simulations of analog magnetic materials. I mean, a qubit is like a spin, and you can get them to interact very much like magnets do. And you can simulate exotic phases, maybe even get clues on topological materials. These are kind of spooky materials that self-error correct. Or even, we mentioned superconductivity, getting microscopic models of superconductivity. There's a lot of thought that magnetism plays a big role in that. So these are not general purpose quantum computers. They're restricted. They don't have universal access, but they're a lot easier to make. So I think in almost all platforms, well, certainly neutrals and ions, we think about simulators and computers at the same time. One thing we're doing with ions, this is very new down at Duke, is when you put a lot of ions together, they're sort of like a bunch of masses connected by springs. And the springs are the Coulomb force between, if you wiggle one ion, they all wiggle around like a bunch of masses connected by springs. Well, those springs are harmonic oscillators, and there are many different modes, sort of like overtones on a piano wire or something. There's many different modes. And those modes are bosonic. They're harmonic oscillators, and we can cool them to the ground state of their motion. And you can use that boson as another memory. It's not as good as the atomic clock memory, but some of those modes can be very good. It's a different model of computing where you not only have qubits, but you also have bosons. Usually bosons are in the context of photons. You may have heard that. And actually in the superconducting community, there's a lot of great research on using microwave photons, single microwave photons as bosonic modes. And so your Hamiltonians, this is sort of the quantum computer is largely thought to, the control is a Hamiltonian, the full energy of the system in all its glory. If you add bosonic degrees of freedom, you can do other things. Like you can simulate chemistry more obviously with bosonic modes, like an electron excitation that hops in a photosynthetic molecule, a big dendrimer or something. It absorbs light and it moves it very efficiently to the outside. You can model that better with bosons than qubits.
Why is that?
Because there are many levels. You can think of the many levels. This is my naive view. You can think of many levels as different excitation levels of a single oscillator, and the way those oscillators interact is a decent model of how different electron orbitals can be encoded and how they interact. There's a little bit of it's almost like computer science here. The circuit is much more compressed if you use the more natural representation that you're trying to simulate. Qubits. Why do we use qubits? Because we use bits in regular computers. Why do we use bits? Well, because that's what transistors do. It's not because our problems are naturally bits. It's because that's what our hardware is. We're not yet there in quantum computers. We don't have problems. We don't have the problems yet. All we have is our hardware. So what's easiest in the hardware should be closely tied to what the application spaces are. So this interaction at the highest levels of algorithm design and the lowest levels of qubit engineering, tying all that together, this is sort of how we brand our Duke Quantum Center. It's a vertical quantum computing center where we do all that stuff. We don't care about the physics of the qubit so much. I mean, we do, but we'd rather think about how to compress algorithms, how to implement error correction, how to co-design high-level algorithms to the natural ways that qubits or these bosons interact. So that's another example of a different model of computing. I'm sure there are others out there. Photonics, PsiQuantum, you've probably heard of this company. They're not using memory at all, qubits. They're using light channels on a silicon optical chip. They're very secretive, and their plan is very speculative, I would say. But it's a different model entirely of quantum computing. I think it's like measurement-based quantum computing. It's a different mode. But qubits are great because we know they work. It's the only one where you can easily prove how that they work. We know how Shor's algorithm, exactly how Shor's algorithm is implemented on qubits. Perfect qubits.
But in principle, that could be like an extension to go what is, I guess, known as QDITs, or like using maybe multiple transitions. I don't know. To some degree, we'll also discuss, is there a possibility of making a quantum computer out of a single atom?
Oh,
I mean, in principle, you have a lot of...
Yeah, you have infinitely many levels. I guess there's sort of a bandwidth problem because an atom has only so much energy before the electron leaves or something. But there are infinitely many levels. I think it turns out you need a lot of control though.
Yeah.
You're putting a lot of the weight on the control system, and when you have a single atom, the thing is you have one electron. It can represent an n-level system, but there's no entanglement there.
But that assumes that it's just the outer electron, right?
Yeah.
Why can't any of the inner electrons? Just the energies are too high?
I'll give you 100 electrons in, I don't know, chromium. I don't know what atom has 100 electrons. Maybe ytterbium or something. So you have 100 electrons. I think ytterbium is about 100. Z equals 100. You have 100 electrons. That's still, you only have 100 systems, even though each one of them can have lots of levels. That helps, I guess, but I think the ability to entangle over all those is probably exponentially many knobs you need. I'm guessing that the control just really balloons, but maybe there's an interim where you have 4 levels instead of 2. That might be easier because atoms have many levels. It's not just 2. Even superconductors, they talk about 3 levels sometimes in this anharmonic oscillator, so you can have multiple levels. Unfortunately, there's very little research on more than 2-level systems, partly because of our classical computers. It's all bits. Bits are sufficient. No, Shannon never wrote his entropy formula for n level. It was always just bits. And so, yeah, I guess we're stuck with that. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, in principle, it should increase the base of the exponentiation, and then like the space
Yeah, that's right.
should blow up.
That's how we're thinking of these bosons, because the bosons have infinitely many levels, but maybe just the first 10 we'll use covalently. So now instead of 2 to the n, it's 10 to the n.
I was also going to ask, you mentioned about the modular architecture interconnects between, because it's obvious, like for any existing platforms, there is a limit for how many like atoms you can trap, or how many the superconducting circuit you can put in the refrigerator. So how to connect those systems with each other, I guess, in case for trapped ions.
Yeah, I think the degree of freedom that allows you to do this transduction is the photon, because at least an optical photon can go through a fiber without being disturbed. A single mode fiber, going a few meters, the loss per meter is nothing. Maybe it's 0.01 dBs or something. But there are ways that you can connect qubits with photons where loss is okay, because they're so-called heralded schemes, where you keep trying again until it works, and then when it works, you've shared entanglement. Anyway, the stupid analogy I have is when you move into a new house and you need to hook up your cable TV. You're calling the cable guy every day. It takes forever. They finally come out. They hook it up, and now you're ready. You have internet and TV and so forth. So these try until succeed schemes, what the way they work is, and they work best with atoms, because the atom on the left and the right side they're exactly the same. They spit out exactly the same photon, and that's important because the best protocol is we want each atom to spit out a single photon, and the photon should be entangled with the atom. So if you have a state 1 of the atom, you should emit a horizontally polarized photon. If it's state 0, it's vertical. So there's a photonic qubit and an atom qubit. And you want to have entanglement between the atom and the photon. This is really simple in emission. If you prepare your atom in an excited state that emits a photon along 2 different paths, the polarization of the photon will map to different qubit states. So you can see you get that entanglement almost for free. The price you pay, though, is that the photon, you have to collect it, and it's going everywhere. If you don't collect it, you just don't collect it. You try again. So given that you've collected it, you have entanglement between atom and photon. You do the same thing over here, atom and photon. Now you have these 2 photons that are part of their parent atoms. They're in 2 polarization states, and you interfere them on a simple beam splitter. And one, it seems like magic, but if you take 2 photons that are identical in every way, including polarization, you put them on a 50-50 beam splitter, what happens is they always go the same way at the output. They either go both to the left or both to the right. They never appear at each output, and there's 2 ways that can happen. They can either go through, or they can both reflect. And it turns out there's a quantum interference with a minus sign, so those events interfere destructively, and you never see that. But we have 2 different polarizations. And so what happens is these 2 different polarizations go through the beam splitter, and we wait until we get 2 clicks on the back side. Now, that means that you had opposite polarizations. You could only have HV or VH, because the other states don't happen. And because you don't know which atom emitted H, which emitted V, when you detect those 2 photons, your atoms are, boom, they're entangled. So now you've made a connection, and you can then use that entanglement to distribute and scale. It's as simple as that. The big pain is that this is a very slow source of entanglement, because you haven't, the probability of collecting that photon and detection and all that, the state of the art, actually it's in my lab at Duke, it's about 1%. Squared, you need 2 of them. Fortunately, we can do the experiment at about 1 megahertz, 10 to the 6 per second. So let's do the math. 10 to the 6 per second
100
times 10 to the minus 4 is 100 hertz. We actually got 250 hertz. So it's, nobody wants a computer with a clock speed of 250 hertz, but that's the record of photonic interconnect in any platform. And these are not fully blooded ion trap quantum computing systems. They're physics experiments. Ion traps that have big optical access and so forth. They're nasty things. But the protocols can be done with very high fidelity, not with polarization, but actually timed in seems to be the best way to go. Neutral atoms are now doing this as well to scale. And the great thing is it's not useful if you only have 2 of them, because they're slow and you pay a huge price by breaking out that way. But if you have 10,000 of them, it's when you have lots of them that the scaling gets interesting, because you have full connections. You can entangle any qubit with any other qubit in your universe, in your little data center. And the reason is you have an optical switch in the middle. All of these modules are making single photons. They go through a switch, and you decide in software which 2 you want to combine on a beam splitter, and then you look on a CCD camera for which 2 pixels fired. You can do it in parallel, and that tells you these 2 are entangled, these 2 are entangled. It gives you full connectivity at scale. That's the only platform I know in quantum computing that allows you to do that. And it will allow you at scale to do things really fast, so you don't have to shuttle information around all the way over there. You can do it in one shot. So we're going to have to wait for that to, I think, be economically feasible in terms of time. But I do think eventually when we have fully blown quantum computers, they will be optically connected. Maybe there will be a different protocol on how you exactly link them, but this is what we have now. People have done it with NV centers and diamond, this photonic interconnect, and of course neutral atoms. There's a lot of great work there. It's still in the lab. No company has produced anything like this yet. IonQ would not be a company without that, without that vision, that we had this data center outlook. That's how we got funded at the very earliest stages. Without that optical interconnection, we're going to be dead.
We always ask this question: if you had unlimited resources, what would you work on? So money, people, whatever it might be. You can put things in space, into the ocean, whatever. What project would you embark on?
Boy, maybe more up your alley. I think getting integrated optical elements for blue and visible light that allows us to do all this stuff on chip, and just have a giant R&D effort that are focused on these trapped ions. I'd have my eyes out for the neutral atom stuff, because I think whatever we do, trapped ions, it eventually will play on neutrals as well. So that's a pretty focus one. I think I would also somehow make it easy for big companies or those that have interest in algorithms like Amazon. They have all kinds of logistic algorithms they form, to get them to start to play with real machines. There's some of that's already happening, but a lot of it is hot air. I think these big companies they're being fashionable. I don't see, when they're making hardware, these big companies should give it up. I don't think they know what they're doing. They're too much tied to silicon VLSI. But they want to go to the cocktail parties and say, look, we're doing quantum. These big time CEOs. It's kind of funny. So we see, in the last 3 months, we've seen how many breathless announcements. Oh, we've solved it. It's just crazy. Instead of spending $1 billion on hardware that's never going to work, I think they should look at abandoning solid state qubits.
What about so I only know this word. I don't know what it means, but Majorana states. Majorana states. But yeah, maybe Misha knows what it means. But I just learned to pronounce it, 2 weeks ago or whatever when it was announced. But what's your take on those?
It's beautiful condensed matter physics. It's been theorized that there is a certain material, when you mix a superconductor in high field with a semiconductor in a very funny way, you can get certain states that can behave like a qubit. They're very abstract states. They're not direct electron, single electron spins. They're sort of like the fractional quantum Hall effect, which is an effect that comes when you have lots of electrons that interact very strongly. And apparently these types of qubits, they're called topological because their qubit degree of freedom is not direct like spin. It's more like the shape. and you can distort the shape locally, which means like local errors in a quantum computer, and it retains its memory of what shape it is, how many holes it has, the topology of it. And so these are theorized to exist, particles like this. They've never been observed, despite what you read. All the observations have been retracted.
So what about the Microsoft announcement from whatever it was 2 weeks ago or a month ago?
I haven't seen evidence of it, and I think most of the physics community is kind of scratching their head on this one. So the Majorana, the topological qubit is sort of like the string theory in my field. It's beautiful mathematics. Probably not. Maybe we'll never see it, and it's very hard to even prove you have it. So it's more philosophy than physics. But whatever. If you can say something, give a toast at a cocktail party if you're the CEO, Microsoft, good for you.
So you mentioned about the direction of this ion trap computers on chip. So who's these days? You mentioned like Lincoln Labs. Is there like what kind of groups are leading this?
Yeah, there are good government research efforts at Lincoln Labs, Sandia National Labs. They build very baroque ion trap chips. They have lots of features and so forth. They have a great team over there. There's a small group at NIST in Boulder. There's some groups in Europe and Germany. These are research groups. So companies talk about it.
Is there anyone you would be interested to hear a podcast who could invite as a guest?
It's very researchy. They're neat devices. I think right here in town at Lincoln Labs, there's a couple of very interesting groups. Remarkably, at Lincoln Labs, they have a foundry where they can do optical chips, optical etching. You probably know about it. It's pretty advanced. I think some of the more professional, bigger commercial foundries that do optics, like even Google, they're deploying their optical switches and so forth all around. You probably know more than me about that. I think we at IonQ, we had kind of ongoing discussions with them if they would tailor some of their operations to be integrated with ion traps. No interest yet, but I think there are big industrial efforts, like global foundries even, that are working with PsiQuantum. That, by the way, I think the technology that PsiQuantum is developing, one clear use in the long run will be for us. If they can build these waveguides,
like basically interconnects.
Yeah, and active elements, lithium. We were talking about in the elevator. Thin film lithium niobate. That's a big deal because it works in the visible, not just telecom, and that's unfortunately tied to visible wavelengths. But it hasn't been deployed at scale yet. These are still just sort of demonstrations. We're looking for that. It's expensive.
In terms of, if somebody is listening to this and they're a young researcher and they want to have their work commercialized in their lifetime, what do you recommend? Like this is something I think that doesn't happen often, right? Especially if you work in kind of, relatively pure science. So how, what kind of advice can you give to basically do science in a way where your work actually ends up out there commercialized, engineers are working on it, building systems, trying to really get it to work, not just the demo, but, something that drives. What's your advice?
Well, my disclaimer first is that I never planned on getting involved with the company. But the technology I worked on ended up seeing a bottleneck in what we could do at University Laboratory. We were among the best funded at the time, atomic physics laboratories in the world. Yet we still saw the need for way more to be able to make it work. So, it had to be industry. But I never really. It kind of just fell in my lap. There are a lot of textbook, quotes that inspire you. One of them, though, I actually like. my colleague Jung-Sang Kim says this a lot, that if you're working on something that other people say you're crazy or nobody will work on it, that means you're along the right path. If of any VC-funded firm, which means that those 10% that work, they pay way more than 10 to 1. They like the outliers, the stuff that's way out there. And so I would just be bold. It's you have to speculate. The thing you have to be careful about is, at some point you're going to have to produce. And so that's sort of how much you have inside you. You're willing to bet on where your device will go. So I'm probably not the best person to ask that question. My colleague Jung-Sang Kim, he has a better feeling for what industry can do, what it has to do to make technology happen. And in quantum computing, I think we're fortunately seeing a lot of that, a lot of both in the academic sense, but also industry is really investing a lot in this field. But in general, what advice would I give? It's about you. It's not about your science. It's about how you think about it, because I think investors, they want to invest in you. And if you're hiding behind something, or you're not, or you're it's obvious that maybe you don't have confidence in it, that'll just show right away. So if you're confident in what you're doing, man, just go all the way. And if you're going to fail hard. They say that. If you fail fast, but go all out. I mean, there's nothing to lose, especially if you're young.
Is there something we would like to add to this conversation? We didn't ask you about.
Well, we talked about a lot. Talked a lot more about post-conversation than I really thought about a lot of this stuff in a while. But it's funny. Physics 1 year is industry the next year, and this has been over 30 years. I think we're seeing a lot of industry come out. Quantum computing is an amazing field because I think the hype is so loud right now that people almost want to just ignore it, roll their eyes, and I do my share of eye rolling. But the fact that industry is involved, we don't even know what the application is, and the laws of computing are so different. We don't yet have. It's not yet universally accepted. I think we have academic computer science departments that still won't touch it. So I think we have a long way to go because quantum is right. If it's not right, then what is right is even more weird. So people need to embrace the weirdness of the fact of looking at something changes it. That sounds goofy, and maybe there are other ways to think of it, but you always end up with that same issue. We're maybe not going to understand it, but it's a different way of processing information. And I think what makes the field great is that if you get into this field, you're going to learn a lot. Maybe not about what you knew, but about something. Even in an application area, you're going to learn a lot about the traveling salesman problem. So I think it's a wonderful field for young people to get in. If they don't like it after they graduate or get their master's or PhD, do something else.
Yeah, I guess I have one last question. Just it's more of like a speculative question, but was there a feeling in the 90s that maybe when quantum computers got built and scaled that physics would break? So they would find some other type of physics, right? Like, so they wouldn't behave the way that was expected. And is that possibility, does it still exist, right? That somehow by building bigger and bigger computers or testing them different ways, we actually discover some kind of, something's wrong with quantum physics, like we discover new physics.
Like too much complexity. When you have too many degrees of freedom, the system behaves differently. I mean, that's what quantum is. When the system gets when there are too many degrees of freedom out of your control, it's like a baseball or a basketball. It behaves classically. So in a sense, there is a fake, I say fake, there's this fuzzy boundary between quantum and classical. Can we refine that? Can we define that boundary? And there are lots of, I think, crackpot theories that link the two. They're crackpot because most of them are not testable. They're interpretations. Like the many universes version of quantum means that when you make a measurement and the coin is heads or tails, actually you see heads, a quantum coin. So it's a superposition of heads and tails. You measure heads and your alter ego in some other universe sees tails. Okay, so the universe splits every time there's a measurement. That's nice and neat. It cleans everything up. But until we can travel between universes, who cares? We have probabilities because we're in our own universe. So that's an interpretation. It's not, to me, it's not scientific. And if you like that interpretation, good for you. It'll give the same answer to every possible experiment than my interpretation, which is not. It's more of a shut up and calculate approach that we all use. Copenhagen interpretation. That's David Merman's line. Shut up and calculate. Sometimes it's attributed to Feynman. So there are exceptions. One of them says that there's a fundamental law of nature that says once you get beyond a certain number of degrees of freedom, and a certain time scale is involved as well, what happens is quantum superpositions start to break down. And so it posits that there's another force of nature. It's a stochastic one that randomly collapses wave functions at some rate and at some scale. A single atom feels this random force once every billion years. So we never see it for 100 atoms once every 10 million years or something like that. But by the time you get to something as big as this glass, it experiences this collapse force every 10 to the minus 20 seconds. So we can't observe that either. So it says in the middle, like if you have 1 million or 1 billion particles, you might be able to observe that collapse. At least that's testable. But the theory so far, you can't make it compatible with relativity. And so that's a big problem. And it also has some ad hoc parameters in there, like a length scale is involved and so forth. So it seems a little random. It's like a theory looking for, well, anyway, at least it's testable. And in trying to get there, maybe we'll find out, yeah, we keep running out of room. Some people say, the universe has the universe has about 10 to the 90th, I don't know, baryons in it, like electrons and protons and neutrons or something, 10 to the 90 of those. When we get to 300 qubits, that's more than 10 to the 90. When we get to 300 qubits, it's going to stop working because the universe can't support that amount of information. I don't really see the rationale behind that, but let's get to 300 qubits and see what happens. So it's fun. That's the cocktail banter I like. It's like talking about interpretations of quantum. What does it really mean? A few drinks really help.
Awesome. I think we're good.
Yeah, I think it was great. Maybe it will converge to something.
There you go. They're very expensive though. Oh boy.
Is there a different way to use the same hardware that would be like, instead of gates, something else? Right? Is there a different, because like you said, the hardware is expensive, but maybe there are just different ways to program it or different ways to interrogate it.
Oh, absolutely. So we didn't get into the details of a trapped ion system, but you could clearly see there's a lot of optics. We're pointing individual laser beams on individual atoms. And even with neutral atoms, I often talk about ions and neutral atoms in the same breath because they have a lot of similar characteristics. You have all these tweezer beams moving atoms around. Well, if you could make the optics easier, like maybe forget about all the individual beams, let's apply a big fat beam that hits everybody. So now you have a simultaneous gate on all pairs. In some cases, that's not interesting. But in some cases, you can tune things so that you get interesting simulations of analog magnetic materials. I mean, a qubit is like a spin, and you can get them to interact very much like magnets do. And you can simulate exotic phases, maybe even get clues on topological materials. These are kind of spooky materials that self-error correct. Or even, we mentioned superconductivity, getting microscopic models of superconductivity. There's a lot of thought that magnetism plays a big role in that. So these are not general purpose quantum computers. They're restricted. They don't have universal access, but they're a lot easier to make. So I think in almost all platforms, well, certainly neutrals and ions, we think about simulators and computers at the same time. One thing we're doing with ions, this is very new down at Duke, is when you put a lot of ions together, they're sort of like a bunch of masses connected by springs. And the springs are the Coulomb force between, if you wiggle one ion, they all wiggle around like a bunch of,
Studying for people to fully appreciate the power of quantum computers and to accelerate their use in different fields, people should be learning the fundamentals of quantum, even at a young age.
This is the Discovery Files podcast from the U.S. National Science Foundation. I'm Nate Potker. At the quantum scales of molecules, atoms, and electrons, the laws of physics become peculiar. NSF-supported researchers are exploring how to control the behavior of these quantum systems to translate quantum knowledge into next-generation technologies such as quantum computers that can tackle complex problems that are beyond the capabilities of even the most powerful supercomputers of today. We are joined today by Christopher Monroe, Gilhooly Family Presidential Distinguished Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering and Physics at Duke University and co-founder of IonQ, the first publicly traded quantum computing company. Professor Monroe, thank you so much for joining me today.
It's a pleasure to be here.
I want to start with a general question. People kind of get lost a little bit, maybe glaze over when you mention the term quantum computing. What is quantum computing?
The question. Well, let me start with maybe the bad news. In quantum computing, we don't yet know exactly how these devices will be used in the future. The very good news, and to me, it's not hype. It's the fact. Quantum computers are able to process and store data in ways that are impossible using standard computing machinery, and that's why they hold great promise for mostly unknown applications in the future. And so they're based on, and the reason I can say all this is that they're based on totally new physics. Really, physics that is not part of our everyday existence. There's no explaining certain things using everyday intuition. So this is, this is interesting. And the downside to that is that people aren't used to them. There's some very weird ideas behind it, and some people don't even believe in it. I think we're maybe fortunately beyond that second statement that people are starting to understand that I'm sure we'll talk about the industrial play in quantum these days. It's largely driving the field now. It's a very interesting time. But if I had to go to 101 quantum computing, I would say the bits that we're used to in classical computing, zeros or ones, they are called quantum bits. That's one way to process quantum information. Quantum bits can be in a superposition of 0 and 1 at the same time. And when you add more and more bits together, the configurations, the possibilities grow exponentially. And that's really that's the bonus. We can store exponential amounts of information, way more, even with hundreds or thousands of bits, that's way more information than we could store in classical machines. So it's very sci-fi-like in a way. There's a lot of hype behind it. We know they're going to be useful for something in the future. The question is when. It's a wonderful confluence of fundamental physics and very applied engineering and real devices of the future.
In your devices, you're using a trapped ion approach. Can you talk a little bit about what that difference is?
One of the chief and most difficult requirements in a quantum computer is that you can maintain a superposition of states. You can have a 0 and 1 at the same time. And the trick is, the way I think about it is, these superpositions only exist as long as you're not looking, as long as it's not observed. So you demand an extreme level of isolation of these systems to do the computation. The computation happens without looking, and that's very tricky to do. It's hard to control something when you can't even look at it. So we indeed use individual atoms as the bits. There are many flavors. They don't have to be atomic ions. They don't have to be charged atoms as we use. They can be neutral atoms. They can be single electrons, single photons, but they should be something quantum, something that obeys these strange laws of existing in superposition. The trapped ion approach, these are individual atoms that are charged, and because they're charged, we can control them so well. We can apply electric fields, and actually we can levitate them with electromagnetic fields, and they're in a vacuum chamber because not only can nobody look at the system can't be disturbed by the environment, for instance, by air. So we get rid of all the air, they're in a vacuum chamber, and they're floating. They're not part of a surface, they're not part of a solid. They're just sitting there all by themselves. They see each other. And so this is, trapped ions are acknowledged to be sort of the purest form of isolation of qubits. And there are lots of engineering challenges to scale this platform up. But yes, individual atoms, these are sort of like the transistors of our quantum computers.
I want to build towards where you are today a little bit and ask you about your earlier work. How did your early work with future Nobel laureates, you were working with laser-cooled atoms and entangled atoms, how did this set you on the path for working with quantum computing?
I worked for many years in Boulder, Colorado, with David Wineland at the National Institute of Standards and Technology. We were basically the atomic clock division of the US government. But more than that, we weren't really making primary frequency standards. We were conducting research on make them better and what the future clock pieces would look like. And we in fact figured out that by entangling, this is a buzzword I'll explain in a minute, by entangling multiple atoms, we could make the clock run with better signal to noise. So this is largely academic at the time because the improvement was marginal. If you entangled 2 atoms, you had a factor of 2, roughly 2 better in signal to noise, which is, factor 2 is nice, but it's a lot of work to entangle them. So we were playing around with the physics of entanglement, being able to do all kinds of foundational aspects of studying the entangled superposition. So an entangled superposition is one that has more than 1 qubit. And the reason it's weird, this is first pointed out by Einstein in the 1930s. He thought he had a way to prove that quantum mechanics was wrong, and he came up with an example, and it's called entanglement. Now, if I give you 2 qubits, I think of them as coins sometimes, heads and tails, zeros and ones, whatever you want.
Nobody knows really what will happen, right? So,
Well, fortunately, we are, I think, probably many decades away from quantum computers being able to attack that. We'll see. If we have this near-term application, I think that 30-year time frame for factoring will telescope inward. I remember one trip, it got extended. I had to buy clothes at Costco because I didn't pack enough. So fortunately, NEA, the firm that seeded us, they sort of honored Harry Weller's commitment, and we got one of their partners to kind of sponsor it, and we raised more with GV, Google Ventures. And there were about 30 people. I even had to be CEO for about a year as we were in between CEOs. 35 people. We were building prototypes based on the stuff Jungsang and I had put together at the universities. We were funded very well at the universities for a number of years by the spies, IARPA and Department of Defense and so forth, NSA.
Do you think that they benefited from that? Like, was the idea that there would be maybe some like quantum information type of things coming out, or like what was the?
Oh, for sure.
Like, why do they? What's kind of the military use case or whatever you would call it?
Well, the intelligence community is interested in quantum mainly because of its applications to code breaking, RSA.
Right.
Reverse Merrill-Man. It relies on the inability to factor numbers, and Shor's factoring algorithm.
So they're thinking if someone's going to factor, if someone's going to get Shor's, it's us. That's kind of like the thinking.
Well, they were. I think they were very realistic. I mean, the folks at the NSA, I like talking to them. They sort of have this long-term view. They don't necessarily even want to have one. They just want to know when one will be built, and when an adversary might be able to build one, because that implies that sort of tells you how safe your codes are right now. If you want them to be secret over political timescales, So IARPA sponsored us for over a decade. I think we probably, with all the grants together, went through about $100 million.
The big question now that Bitcoin exists is what will happen, right? So basically, if at some point the computer gets good enough to, it's actually not Bitcoin mining that breaks, but it's like Bitcoin wallets. So, but there's a game theoretical problem, which is like if you just start transferring all the Bitcoin, they're going to go to zero. Like the value will go to zero. So if somebody actually cracks the signatures in Bitcoin wallets, they have to do something where they like withdraw small amounts every year, where it's like disruptive but not sufficient to kill it. And then they have to like, it's an interesting question of like exactly what would happen if you could crack those signatures. But I think the signatures are common not just to Bitcoin, but like many other things. But maybe those things are not as permanent, like credit card transactions, for example. They could just switch to a different cryptography and the history is not that important, right? Whereas like in this case, it's all history. So, like, and that's what determines like what happened in Bitcoin. So anyway, it's just a funny.
Yeah, I've heard those stories that it could be really catastrophic.
Yeah, it's like this game theoretic thing where in theory it could like explode it, but then what would you be left with, right? So, and but the other thing that can be done is maybe just people can just make a copy of Bitcoin with a different cryptography and then manually transfer over all the balances, basically. And then kind of say like, right, we're starting over with the same balances before the pre-catastrophe balances. But it's likely that the value would just be much lower after that. Like the market value.
Hard reset, yeah.
Because it's never been broken, right? So that's like part of the value. So it's just a funny. Nobody knows really what will happen, right? So.
Well, fortunately, we are, I think, probably many decades away from quantum computers being able to attack that. We'll see. If we have
Nobody knows really what will happen, right? So.
Well, fortunately, we are, I think, probably many decades away from quantum computers being able to attack that. We'll see. If we have this near-term application, I think that 30-year time frame for factoring will telescope inward. Again, people don't think of it that way, but I think groups like the NSA should be really thinking about not factoring, but some heuristic optimization program for a traveling salesman problem in logistics. NSA probably cares about that directly, but
Many decades away sounds like at least 2. A few decades away. Some decades away. A couple decades away. He used the word many. On my words, shit. What I do? Okay. Hey guys, sorry. SPY's on 40 bips. We're up 52%. Record high. Never had a account value that high. Let's keep it up. ATYR going to be a big help in the next few weeks when that data comes out. Quantum's dropped nicely today. My name Dirt Dog. Newegg down 13%. Love to see it. When 300 qubits. When Shors. Let's just be real, man. You're never getting Shors, right? Stop lying to the people. You're never doing it. You're never gonna do it. You're lying. I know you're lying. Stop lying. Yeah, I think it's over for Viking. I mean, like I said earlier today, it's not clear who wants to, I guess, partner with them on that drug. It's gonna be very expensive to try to sell that themselves. It usually takes a good $1 billion in your first year to launch a primary care drug, if not more. They don't have the ability to really go all out like that. Goodness. Yeah, the Yahoo Finance thing is piece is simple. I think it's more that they're gonna put it in the Yahoo newsfeed, which is obviously lots of people read. Yeah, I saw the S1. Crazy. Oh wow, here it is. Yeah. If you go to Yahoo Finance, IonQ. Featured community analysis. There it is. Read it. REED. No S1 for non-publics, no. Happy to get my thoughts out to the millions of Yahoo Finance users. It's aggregate viewers, Kev, not concurrent. It's a good question. I don't know why Morgan Stanley has any shares. I think it's because they sell their private client, like the Smith Barney Morgan Stanley clients, this load of crap. Yeah, make sure you subscribe for Goodell Terminal, goodellterminal.com. Nasdaq dropping somewhat rapidly here. Little relief from the bears. You know, we've been pummeled for a while. You know, tortoise and the hare, man. Starting to get ugly out there. Who told you? Who the fuck taught you? Who taught you how to play the game? You guys wouldn't last a second in New York City.
A quick Google search for you says that your net worth is $20 million.
I know I got more money than that. I might go 7 days without looking at my exact total amount of my money Because it gives me anxiety to keep looking at numbers all day. It's like when you put money in stocks, the stock trader told me, say, put a lot of money in stock, don't keep looking at that shit, it's gonna drive you crazy. A quick Google search for
You right, Doc?
Says that your net worth is $20 million.
You right.
Question. If a white rapper has grown around nothing but black people who's heavily influenced by black culture, that's all he knows is a gay guy grew up around nothing but black people who's affiliated everything. That's all he knows is black culture. Would you still be mad if you used the N-word? Just a question. Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments. Need to know your opinion.
Yes. Pass accepted.
It's stand-up time. Everybody good to go?
Yes. Okay. Hi, Rachel. We're just getting started. I haven't. Oh, hello, everybody.
Okay. Who wants to start?
I don't like talking in public or at all, really.
Harold, please, floor is yours.
Yesterday I finished the source code for the rescue request with interface and I ran unit tests on its own. But these standards are okay. You only have to answer 3 questions. What did you do yesterday? What are you doing today? And what is your main impediment? Today, I am working on passing the request parameters to the recipe search code. It's structured. It's fast. My main impediment is still my lack of knowledge of speech recognition. Ryoko is our expert, and she's been a wonderful help, but with the time difference, it's just...
That's very good. But we need to resolve that. Ryoko?
Hi.
Can you send me the schedule? I'm looking to get the trial approval.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you, Ryoko. Why don't you go next?
Okay, sure. Today I...
The daily standard is one of the team's most important ratios. In just 15 minutes, we see what everyone is up to. We update the ratio and see opportunities to help others remove blockers.
I said, give you a bill in infrastructure. I said, Bill, it's not like 75 anymore.
Was that an ad or a joke?
Yeah.
I couldn't even tell. Whoa, nice. Momentum's sort of down in general. 9%. IonQ down 8. D-Wave and QCI down 6 or 7. Prayer time. Who's ready? Who's ready to deal with me? I left my prayer rug somewhere else. I didn't see the Apple leaks, Jonas. I wonder what that's all about.
Which bumper clot guy? Cause this man who wake up good enough. Give me a good blood clot that. What kind of little bumper clot that is somebody? I can't back loud a blood clot. You can't defend me.
Jamaican people are the best. He's looking. He's doing the Snapchat of with the dog filter. Oh, Fabrimet's down a ton. That might also be why, because Fabrinet is bad, Coherent is bad, and now Nvidia's down 3%. That's interesting. One thing I've learned about trading over the years is people overtrade. Meta is growing their AI division. They're restructuring it into 4 parts, sounds like. Oh, Lord have mercy. Newegg. They call them Neweggers. Neggers for short. Newegg. Negg. I don't know why they call them that. That's the name of the company, Newegg. Ticker Negg. People that annoy you. Lord have mercy. Apologize. I said apologize. I'll be right back, guys. Newegg down 20%. Love it. I love it. Who's using semicolons in Python? It's crazy. You guys ever use semicolons in Python? Yeah, it's a thing. You can, it's so you can add two commands or two statements on a line. I almost threw up. Not very Pythonic. Yo, dog, me and my Pythonistas. We're not feeling that, okay? I think all these languages are merging together to be one. Slowly. Maybe one day I'll buy out D-Wave. Yeah, you can do system calls. Hell yeah. Want some? Fair value for D-Wave is unfortunately very, very low, close to cash. It's cool. Quanta's the best, man. Yeah, Capricorn's going to hell and back. me know if there's earnings call tonight. I'm gonna be jumping on a conference call. Hi guys, sorry about that. Just on a call. Trying to make this product go faster, this system go faster. It's really painful. Oh, Joby went down 7%. Of that bait. Poor Palantir. Maybe Palantir's buy, I don't know. I'll be right back, guys. Gotta jump to another meeting, guys. Sorry. long day. Thankfully, I'm the man. Me and my GGs. Anybody want to hit the galaxy gas before I take it? Excellent. Just because I get a little high at work doesn't mean I'm a bad guy. Ah. Big Z, is that you? You got the weed? Chop up the weed. You smoke all day, now you don't want to smoke. Whatever, man. Nah, I turned off the stream like 2 hours ago.
In the markets and trading, it sounds like even from high school days. And is that a common thing among traders? Or, see, my impression nowadays is that it's kind of the high prestige thing to do if you're kind of a quant-oriented person in college. But is it your experience that a lot of the best traders are people who have been interested in it, like kind of like since they were kids?
Yeah, I mean, there's different cycles, so the industry is so young that it's hard to characterize the whole industry that way. But yeah, I think the people that survived in the industry for many years, they were generally like really passionate about the markets themselves. I think nowadays it's changed a lot. So nowadays, a lot of students are just like, okay, that job pays a lot, so I want to get into it. I'm going to practice all these brain teasers, which I kind of see as a little bit negative indicator. So I think it's better if people are just interested in the problems themselves, because It is a struggle. Yeah, it's not just like some easy career path.
Those are points I want to revisit in just a minute, but I want to focus a little bit on your development as a young person. So you went to college at Berkeley, pretty far from, you know, the South. How did you choose that place, and what did you want to do in college?
I went to a summer program at Stanford when I was in high school, and I really liked the West Coast. And then applied to Stanford, didn't get in, got into Berkeley. So went there, but I was very happy with it. I mean, Berkeley was great. There were so many Nobel laureates. So you could, every semester I just tried to take every class that sounded interesting to me and I thought could be applied to trading. So I ended up taking like all different machine learning courses and randomized algorithms and things that you just couldn't really take at other schools because they wouldn't be big enough. So yeah, then I did a series of internships in trading, which I had just hustled to find them. Like they weren't posted anywhere. Like one guy, I had to write like a small trading system for him to apply for the internship. Then that team shut down 6 months after I left. It was pretty tricky back then. And then I interned for one hedge fund in San Francisco, which was led by Astor Taylor, who went on to become the head of Google X. That hedge fund didn't really make much money, but a lot of interesting people there. When I was getting near graduation, I was applying to different firms, but it was very hard to find different firms back then. So got rejected from a few and then found Headlands through like a series of connections, and they were just starting up in San Francisco at that time. So joined Headlands. And I had a trading blog when I was in college. When I joined Headlands, I had to kind of shut down that trading blog. So I converted it to PDF and then release it on the internet. And somehow in the following 15 years, like not many people wrote anything too useful about trading. So still that PDF kind of circulates, and every now and then people contact me about it. So it's been interesting to kind of see that thing have its own life.
So that PDF, which it's quite long, right? Is it like 60 pages long or something, or maybe more?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is like a mini guide, informal kind of intro to trading, and I've seen it online. I think you know, not many people are going to sit down and write something that extensive, right? So
yeah, I didn't either. Like, I mean, I had that blog for 4 years, and then the blog content also became basically a syllabus for a student club or student-led class at Berkeley about trading that I taught for 4 semesters. So I was just trying to kind of build a community, meet people, but it was so small back then, nobody really knew about trading. So yeah, that kind of community didn't really develop much. I think out of my graduating class, maybe there's only 3 people left, or my graduating class plus the year older and the year younger, just 3 people left. But yeah, that PDF, it wasn't written overnight. It was like the syllabus, and that's why I had a nice structure. And then when I released it as a PDF, that was just so that it wouldn't get deleted off the internet.
But I mean, you are unusual that you had this interest, and it sounds like you even structured your undergraduate, you know, the courses you took, and you spent 4 semesters teaching a class on trading. So you're sort of like the OG trader, right? I mean, how many, like, okay, there are stories about Ken Griffin trading bonds from his Harvard dorm room or something, but pretty unusual, right? There are not a lot of people like you.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty out there. Like, I've met so many people over the years, because once you're in the industry, you know so many people. So like, there's a guy, you can find him online, Gary Basin. He's active on Twitter. He had run his own trading firm from his dorm room, so he was way more successful than me, from like in terms of just the trading system in college. And I mean, there are many people like that. So I wouldn't say I'm like the OG or like anything special there. I mean, everybody who had previous firms prior to me did similar things. So yeah, I had set up my own like AWS server, and I was kind of running my strategy. I don't think it had any alpha. I don't think it was making any money. If I let it run longer, it probably would have been under drawdown. So.
But now I think from your bio, it says, I think you ended up earning, did you earn 3 simultaneous degrees at Cal? It's pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, I mean, I ended up with 4. So
All right.
I was just taking every class. So every semester I'd take like 6 or 7 classes, because I was like, wow, you know, this is a huge smorgasbord of like interesting ideas. And at Cal, you could take graduate classes if you were just like willing to sit in the back and then ask the professor every week, hey, can you enroll me? Can you enroll me? And then once people drop. So yeah, I ended up like near the end, I just looked at my course list and I was like, hey, I think I have the requirements to satisfy all these majors. Then I went to the registrar and was like, hey, can you just write these down? They're like, no, there's only 2 entries. I'm like, just write it. And I actually didn't think they'd let me graduate with that, but they did. So. But anyway, I wouldn't recommend it. I was just kind of confused about what I wanted to take.
Now, is there anything that stood out to you? Because I'm guessing most of these professors, they might be experts on machine learning or algorithms or applied math, but most of them don't really understand the markets. I would even say most economists don't understand, things like bid ask and price structure, microstructure. Most people don't really understand that. So like, were you listening to some guy who's like the world's expert on linear algebra and in the back of your head thinking like, oh, I could use that for trading? Like, well, what's your thought process during these years?
Yeah, exactly. I was like reframing everything in terms of trading problems. There was one professor, John McAuliffe. He was a student of Michael Jordan, the Bayesian guy, neural net guy.
Yes.
He had come back to Berkeley to found Volion, but at that time I didn't know he was founding Volion. He had just been a professor, and I was like, oh, I think you worked at the Shaw before that. So I tried to take his class and talk to him every day, and he wouldn't talk to me. I didn't want to share the secrets, so. But yeah, I mean, I would just try to think on my own, like, okay, how can I use this genetic algorithm, or how can I use this support vector machine? There were no neural nets back then, support vector machine or Bayesian learning.
Now, I think there's one, now I can't remember his name, but there's one math or stats prophet, Cal, at Berkeley, who I think he was early in Renaissance. I don't know if that rings a bell with you.
Yeah, Brokamp?
Brokamp, that's right. Elvin Brokamp, yeah.
Elvin Brokamp, yeah. I met him once in Berkeley because he had come back to Berkeley to found a new trading firm. I think it was called like Berkeley Trading. It didn't last very long. And when I met him, he was very, very old. So we weren't really able to communicate much. But yeah, it was an interesting place. Like, I think I saw David Shaw walking down campus one time. And yeah, so a lot of people around there.
Incredible. My academic background, because I come from physics, and most of my, the kids that I was in college with and grad school and wrote papers with, I think at least half of them are in finance now. But very few of them are like really hardcore traders, because I don't think they had that focus that you had on it. They were more like, oh, I want to be a physicist or something. And then later they realized, oh, they'll pay me a lot of money to price derivatives or something. And so to me, the trading mentality, like the idea that you're going to develop some system that has alpha and back test it and do it's something I didn't really actually encounter that much of, even though I know tons of people who now currently work in finance. I'm curious if you ever heard of, there was an early physicist maybe named Osborne, who maybe wrote this like very old book that talks about market microstructure and stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen this book, but that's like the very first like academic type study I've seen of topics related to this kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I haven't. Yeah, I'm surprised because, I mean, I guess there's just been these different phases of the quant kind of moniker where, so there was a person who wrote a book called like My Life as a Quant in German. And so I could kind of fill in these gaps that were before my time. And I think when people were developing Black-Scholes and all the different option pricing models or derivative pricing models or portfolio optimizers, then they had a big need for physicists. So a lot of physicists came into the industry. But I think nowadays, a lot of those problems are mostly solved. At least there's not a lot of like very fundamental research of like just brand new models from scratch. You might be doing modifications of existing models. But like in my generation, there weren't many physicists going into, say, HFT trading. It's mostly computer science people. And so maybe in your generation, it was like physicists pushing out investment bankers. In my generation, it was, computer scientists pushing out floor traders. There's a famous picture of like Stamford, Connecticut, UBS trading floor with thousands and thousands of desks, and then 8 years later, it's totally empty. So I feel like, yeah, whenever a new technology comes along and then the skill set that you need to, build things with a new technology changes, then you see these shifts. But I wouldn't say necessarily that like physicists are highly represented in like HFT space, maybe more in setup or longer frequencies, which we can talk about later.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think it's much more CS type people. Now, at the time when a lot of my friends were going into finance, leaving physics, and they ended up doing stuff like options pricing theory and stuff like that, there was this mysterious group of people out on Long Island, the Renaissance guys, and nobody knew what they were up to. And I'm curious, when you were coming up, were they still a kind of mysterious, iconic firm for you, or did you think about them at all?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're still mysterious. I think they're, one of the most mysterious firms out there. So when I was coming up, I guess the biggest trading firm was Getco. So I was trying to meet people there. I had some contacts there, so I was trying to organize events with them at Berkeley, but we ended up having to bust down to Stanford. But yeah, they were kind of like doing 50% of the market volume at that time. So at least on the more like HFT space, they were the big one. But yeah, I think Renaissance has always been a little bit longer term, but nobody really knows. So
Yeah. And do you find, like, for the kind of trading that you do you end up in a situation where there's only a certain amount of capital you can deploy fruitfully, and it ends up being basically just the firm's own money after a while? Or do you guys still take tons of LP money from outside?
Oh no, it's very capital constrained. Yeah, I don't think there are any major HFT firms that have outside money. So I mean, basically what you see is like if somebody's trading and then their Sharpe ratio goes above like a 3, then they will buy out the outside investors. And then because like basically if your Sharpe ratio is 3, then maybe your returns are 30%. So that means every year you're basically getting 30% profit. So you can start to buy out the investors pretty quickly.
Right.
Assuming there's not infinite capacity, which there's basically never infinite capacity. So yeah, for HFT, if the returns on capital are higher, then you can buy them out even quicker. So sometimes a new startup will have some outside investor for like a year or 2, and they'll have some special structure, and then they'll buy it out eventually.
Got it. So when you first started, were you confident? Did you say like, hey man, I'm going to go in there and I know I'm going to figure something out. I'm going to have some serious alpha. Or did you have like a worry in the back of your mind, like some guys are going to back me and I'm going to start trading, but maybe it's not going to go well for me? Like what were you thinking?
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect going into the industry. So, I mean, the way it works is things are a lot more collaborative. It's not like you have your own strategy and you have a backer. So everybody's working together. We're building a large software system together. I think I definitely had a lot of imposter syndrome for many years, and probably I was kind of imposter. Like I just didn't know what was going on, and I had to ask people for help with C++ and things like that. So I think it's healthy also to be modest and be humble. But no, I mean, I was like building a trading system, so I was just like showing up every day and having that opportunity.
How much of the barrier to getting into this is the infrastructure, like the software infrastructure? It sounds like a huge amount of energy and talent goes into that, and not all firms, I would guess, can actually build good infrastructure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that's basically what it is building infrastructure.
And so as a guy who can write code and help you build that infrastructure, is that guy as valuable or more valuable than somebody who, is really good at statistical analysis and has lots of ideas? Like what's the kind of trade-off between those different talent types?
Yeah, I think I saw Elon just posted, like there's no more researcher title at Grok or Tesla or SpaceX. I don't know which company he was talking about. It's just all engineers. So yeah, I think it's kind of similar in the sense that, like if you're a researcher, you have to implement your ideas. And at some point, they kind of outgrow the existing system. And so when you generalize the existing system, you need to do some work to make it actually function in practice. Or you encounter some, barrier like cap theorem where it's distributed and there's just no way to satisfy all the constraints. So if you have some like imaginary idea that you want to try, then maybe it's actually not even feasible. So yeah, I always think the people that go the furthest in the industry are like kind of able to think at the systems level and all different levels of the stack. Yeah, it's basically a technology business, so it's similar to like Google, Facebook, something like that. And that's usually the type of people that we'll hire, or that's the exit opportunities. If people don't like trading, then they'll go to like Google or Facebook.
So you see a lot of movement back and forth between, or you did in the past, between big tech and trading firms.
Yeah. I mean, I think basically like historically maybe there was like trading industry and kind of looked like a trading industry. There's guys in the pit, or there are people trading on screens and they're making kind of discretionary decisions. Then over the years, every year, like the percent of volume trading in the pit would decrease like about 5%. So on each market, it could be agriculture market or energy markets, bond markets, and some were faster, some were slower, but basically it'd be like roughly 5%. And also, COVID accelerated it, so that was maybe like 10% for the ones that hadn't transitioned fully. But once things tipped to like 80% electronic, then basically all the input to the system is fully digital, and then you can just think of everything digitally, and you can just build models. So like Google basically digitalized the library, and then all the people there can make a lot of money because it's like a very scalable business where they can then index all the information with just a team of like 100 people. And I think it's similar with HFT, where you have a small group of people that, as long as all the information going into the system is digital and all the things you're sending out to the market are just digital, you don't have any anything, then it becomes very, very scalable. It's just building a software system.
Got it. So it seems like to me, like for a young person just getting out of college, like 10 years ago, the dream job was kind of big tech or something. And now it seems like, talking to my son, that, Jade Street or something like that is like what every kid wants. Well, every kid in a certain category wants to do. So maybe can you talk me through like what happened there? Like, how did this become? How did all these smart kids at all these different schools become aware of just a few firms where they want to work at?
Yeah, I might have a contrary opinion there compared to other people in the industry. So, like, I think there's a bit of a lagging effect with recruiting where people are always reacting to like the offers they hear in the past or they posted online in the past. And so, yeah, trading firms were giving really large offers and they were hiring a lot. And the industry is also very, very cyclical. So whenever, Donald Trump gets elected, then, people in the trading industry are like, okay, there's more volatility coming. So, the profit in the industry is roughly proportional to the volume times the volatility because like you kind of are participating with the rest of the market. So every price movement and every other trade, you kind of participate with it. So whenever there's something like a war or like Trump, then kind of the overall industry profit kind of increases for a while, but it's cyclical. So it's not going to last forever. And like having worked 15 years, I've seen a lot of different cycles. So yeah, I think basically there was just a big boom like a few years ago because of a confluence of events. And then a lot of people got interested in the industry. And because I founded the trading club at Berkeley when it was very, very small, I should be like, the cheerleader for this. But instead, now when I go to Berkeley and I see 150 students in the audience, I'm like, there's not 150 seats in this industry, so even maybe there's only 10 big firms and each of those firms only has, like maybe 50 people who are kind of like building a lot of the models. There is obviously more people than that, but like the jobs that people really want, it's a smaller number. So yeah, it's not a big industry, and I think probably the amount of interest by kind of undergraduates right now is a little bit overdone.
I thought I saw numbers saying like if you look at like market making as an activity and you just sort of estimate what's up for grabs in this whole system, that it could only be like maybe $30 billion a year. Am I hallucinating that?
Yeah, I think a few years ago I would have said it's lower, but I think maybe like recently it seems a little higher. I don't know if that's inflation or what. Yeah, something like that. I think that's a pretty good ballpark number.
Right.
So yeah, if you compare it to other industries like the shampoo industry, it's smaller than something like that.
Right. So I think maybe I saw that in your defense of HFT, like saying that people are making a lot of money and there are people going into it, but it's not distorting all these other industries because it's just too small.
Yeah, it's weird how like in one sense it gets a lot of attention, and the other sense it gets a lot less attention. So yeah, I'm not sure why it has that perception.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guilty myself because I am one of these guys. Just so many of my friends went into finance, not specifically the type of trading that you do, but as we said, a lot of talent, like a lot of people who in a previous era or just the macro dynamics were a little bit better for academic research jobs, they would have like stayed in some kind of like frontier science, but they ended up in finance. Over many years, I've written like, wow, I'm not sure that these people are being. I mean, their jobs require a lot of talent, but I'm not sure that they're doing the best thing possible for the overall economy and for society. So I'm definitely guilty of that, although maybe not focused that much on HFT.
Yeah, like I said, I can only think of. I was trying to think before this call of who I know from Berkeley that's still in trading, and I mean I could think of like John Zerk, he's head of trading at Optiver, and yeah, maybe another guy who's our partner at IMC, Raj Patel. But most people stayed in the industry for maybe like 2 or 3 years and then left.
Well, that's super interesting.
Like I said earlier, once people digitalize trading, then it was amenable to people with the skill set. So I think now a lot of other industries are big digitalized. So Google did it for information, and obviously Google's revenue is like orders of magnitude more than trading. So everybody wants to work there, and there's 20,000 employees or something. Facebook also digitalized friendship. So now people with our skill set can go there, and I think way more people are going to those areas, especially from my cohort. And then with AI, it will kind of digitalize a lot of the real world. So through robotics or just through like language or vision. So I think those will be the big areas for kind of like people that see themselves as intellectuals or like to operate in information space rather than something more like people or selling or.
So the kids who went to college with, so you said some like a typical modal time to last in the industry is only a few years.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's why now when I talk to people, I'm like, if you're not really interested in the industry, like probably you should find something else. Like if you're not at least trying to build your own trading system, nowadays it's popular to use Kalshi to build some small market making system when you're in college.
Yeah.
If you're not building some trading system on your own, then there's going to be really hard years where there's high expectation and maybe the market's down or something. And so if people are not passionate about it, I don't think it's going to work out too well.
Now, are there slots in there for people who just like to, maybe they're not that interested in trading per se, but they just like building systems and, they're software developers. Are you including those guys in this category or just the people who actually like run strategies?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different jobs, right? We have accountants, we have, HR, like, so there's all the normal jobs. And also, yeah, certainly, if people like other things, then there's still a lot of places for them. If you just like to code some low latency system, like obviously it's in high demand and things like that. But yeah, I just think if you want to kind of be running a trading firm or like always be thinking about the next step, then you kind of need to be interested in the problem domain itself.
And so for the kind of stuff you do, are you guys almost, typically market neutral? Like you're not predicting directional stuff the way like a macro guy would, right? You're kind of operating without any assumptions like that.
So I think there's a lot of things in trading where, like, once you work in the industry, you kind of like look at things on a very, very micro scale. So you look at things on a packet by packet basis. So, and then any notion of simultaneity kind of disappears. So market neutral kind of assumes simultaneity. But when you place a trade, like you're sending a network packet over the wire, and if you send one to buy, one to sell, like they reach at different times. And so you could try to time it. Do people try to time it in HFT? Not usually. Like I think in the past, people would really try to remain market neutral, but then that was when they had a lot of edge and they could afford to cross the spread twice just to kind of reduce their risk. And then over time, like the edge disappeared. And so people generally just try to kind of remain hedged roughly, like kind of just maybe if you're trading frequently enough, kind of by accident, you get some central limit theorem and things cancel out, or maybe after 5 minutes, you eventually find a hedge, rough hedge, but it's not like one-to-one hedging or things like that.
Got it. So the way you describe that is really interesting. You're sending out packets over the network and a buy, sell, and you're sort of just trying to get an edge on that tiny mechanistic event, right? You're not thinking about summing over like hours and hours of this stuff, but just that microscopic thing. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah. I would say if you're thinking about things on that level, then you're high frequency. And if you're thinking about things on a higher level, then you're, some other frequency, like your stat hour and mid frequency. People have different words for these things.
Got it.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of like the distinctive thing of this, like whether you're thinking about individual price levels and individual packets.
So at that level where you're operating, the skill set, is it more like thinking about algorithms and computer science, or is it more like thinking about pure math? What's the number one thing you would look for in an interview?
Yeah, there's not like one thing that you can learn in academia that's going to map directly to trading. So I think, you need to be interested in trading. I think there's, in terms of what you can learn in academia that's useful for trading, like, so yeah, I had a couple of majors. So like the math major, there's linear algebra and numerical analysis. It's kind of like how do you actually implement things with double floating point precision and avoid error accumulation things in algorithms. For math, that's probably it. Like it helps take a proof class so you can just kind of think logically. For statistics, like the trading domain, it's not really anything like IID or driven by any statistical process. It's just that these tools happen to work. So it helps to have that toolbox of like linear regression, trees, neural networks, and you kind of just try them with oftentimes some kind of very weird parameters that you wouldn't normally find in statistical applications, like a lot of regularization. If you just take maybe like a couple of classes there to kind of get an intuition for probability distributions and uncertainty, raising of uncertainty, and some of the kind of machine learning toolbox. And then computer science, I think everything in computer science is useful because you're just encountering all these problems in your process. And it's an interesting situation where you actually do have to optimize for everything. There is no premature optimization. Like you have to make it fast, you have to make it for memory, both for kind of the inference step, the production training step, and also the research process where you're iterating over historical data. So yeah, everything in computer science is useful, like implementing a programming language. Berkeley has a very infamous class on that. Used to be taught by this guy Helfinger, gravitated towards that class. Implementing an operating system, because for trading you have to bypass everything in the operating system and kind of like re-implement it yourself. Network protocols, like for trading, you always implement your own network protocols to try to strip off all the bytes in the header and avoid like rate limiting things. And then obviously the lower level ones on just data structures and software engineering.
So, what you just said, it makes me think you understand this area literally from the ground up, from the bits, from the electrons up. Is that true for everybody in your industry, or are you special in that way?
Yeah, that's true for everybody. Yeah, I'm not special. And I think there's even some people that know a lot better than me. So there's a lot of tricks that people will use to kind of, and you can read about them online every now and then. So especially if you read, what's a good one? So Eurex Exchange. Eurex Exchange is the largest futures exchange in Germany. And they will publish some white papers about their architecture of their matching engine, and they'll explain why they're changing their architecture. And it's because somebody is sending a packet to them, and the header is not quite fully completed because they want to like lock up a spot on the switch. They'll just complete it later, so that gives them a few nanoseconds speed up, like things like this. So I've never had to deal with things like that. Like there are definitely people that are like even lower level than me.
I think there was some old case, maybe involving Renaissance and 2 Russian guys who had been trained in physics, and there was some lawsuit, and if you looked at the documents,
You
they
guys
were
got
claiming they were actually
Russian?
Yes. Which,
The hell is Russian?
considered network hacking on maybe the marketing server or something. And
I'd rather pizza.
They got the strongest sandwich. But it sounds a lot like what you're describing now.
Yeah, there are always these things that pop up.
The Russian place?
No, like they're not that huge in the industry. Like they're not that significant. Like most of it is just having a really good system that does everything well. But it is fun to talk about these little things. Like I think at one point, maybe Singapore had banned microwave lines, but somebody had set up their own microwave in tower, and then the competitor found out about it through kind of like interviewing people at that firm, and they put aluminum foil outside the tower to block it. Because, like they can't complain to the authorities because what they were doing was all illegal. So just some crazy things like that. There was a movie about some of these things called Hummingbird Project. I think it had Salma Hayek.
Oh, I think I saw that. Yes.
The actors. It was not a commercial success, I don't think, but if you're in the industry, it's kind of fun.
Okay, tell me if this is wrong, but it seems to me that you need to be above some level of ability, to master all these different things in the stack that you're talking about. But it seems like interest and obsessiveness is probably as or more important. And so this idea that you need to be an IMO gold medalist to do this kind of work, is that just misleading? I mean, how important is that kind of genius to this kind of job?
I mean, I think those people can probably do a lot of things well. So I think for me, I definitely didn't have that. So I was just interested in the problem, and I think that was enough for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I have worked with people that are much smarter than me, and I think there's been different phases in my career where I was like, okay, there is a 10x engineer, there's not a 10x engineer. Like I think before I went to Berkeley, I thought, okay, there are definitely like super geniuses out there. And I went to Berkeley and I did 4 majors. I'm like, I'm not very smart because I like even did the math competitions and I failed in them, right? And I had an older brother who was way smarter than me. So I was like, okay. Then I was at Berkeley. I'm like, okay, actually, there's not any super genius people. And then I worked at Headlands and then met some super genius people. So I think there's been different phases. I think maybe at Berkeley, I just had been interacting with the super genius people. They were probably there. I was still interacting with them. I was maybe interested in trading or something.
Yeah, maybe the super genius people were all trying to learn topology or something, or string theory, maybe.
Yeah, I think trading is a very abstract thing because, at some level, you are speaking about packets, other participants, and things. And all the data you're receiving in your system is just packets on a wire, and everything you send out is packets on a wire. So everything you do in between is kind of all very abstract and theoretical. So it definitely helps just be able to think theoretically.
So you're interviewing a candidate, and are you giving them brain teasers or are you not giving them brain teasers?
Me personally, I'm not, because I remember when I was graduating and I was so bad at them. And then in my everyday work, it doesn't feel very applicable. I'm not like trying to do mental math on the fly. Everything is completely automated and I can take as much time as I want. And I can just come in on the weekend and try to grind through a problem. So I'm not. I think there are still quite a few companies doing that. And I mean, I think as an IQ test, they might make sense. For me, part of the aversion is also I just think they're a little high variance. So if you ask the same question to like equal people on 2 different days, you might get different answers.
I agree with you. I think brain teasers are high variance. And so I've never relied on that in interviewing people. Usually when I interview someone, I might give them something to think about, and then I want to see how they think about it. But it's usually not some very well-posed, cut and dried thing where they have to figure out 1 trick or 2 tricks and then they can solve it. I just never had a lot of faith in that.
Yeah. I think over the years, I came to appreciate having a very diverse set of interviews for all the candidates because some people always look good according to certain interview criteria. So you just need a bunch of different angles on things. So I don't really try to tell people to do it a certain way.
Do we have a generation of kids like studying brain teasers in order to like get through the, first 3 Jane Street, filters or something? That's a thing, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing I regret about writing that PDF is that I have those interview questions in there, and I don't think people should be spending their time on that. I think they should be spending their time trying to master all the material that they can learn in school, in academia, because there is a lot of really, really good material that has been synthesized. I mean, just to have the way Berkeley taught computer science is teaching you every single layer of the stack, and the fact that they could build that curriculum within just like 30 years while they're also inventing computers and just explain it perfectly. I think you don't really get an opportunity like that once you start working to learn everything at the theoretical level. So yeah, I think people should be studying whatever academia has produced when they're in school, whatever theoretical tools, and not brain teasers.
Yeah. I also think for a kid who wasn't interested in trading from the get-go, you can imagine they're studying all this stuff, they know all about Fourier transforms and algorithms and stuff like this. And then when they end up in your world, they have to basically figure out this whole stack. Like, what is happening? Like, they might not really know anything about TCP/IP or whatever. They have to like basically build it. And I would imagine that's a significant learning curve even for very smart people.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I think if people are learning brain teasers, then it's taking time away from something else. So it's almost like gaming the interview process where it makes the interview have less signal and they show up with less skills like you're saying. So, but yeah, it is a very steep learning curve for the industry. So I think most companies essentially have like a 1-year training program. They might call it different things, like they might call it rotation, they might call it, but yeah, they'll just kind of teach you how things work.
Maybe let's switch gears and talk about AI. So at this micro level that you're working, do you see large language models playing a big role? Like, are they already playing a big role? What do you forecast for the future?
Yeah, there's few applications. So for large language models, it could be used for either parsing news or text data, or it could be for programming assistants. So I think as far as programming assistants, I think people use them similarly in trading as any other programming field. So they're good for some things, not good for other things. I don't think you have anything particularly novel to add on like kind of the coding tools stack.
I think for funds that have a longer time scale than where you are, there's a lot of people searching, like thinking to themselves, like, come on, the trading firm of the future of our style, it's bound to be like AI is going to take over more and more of it from human traders and stuff over time. But I think they struggle to figure out like exactly how to actually get value out of large language models. I think it's just a question that the industry is focused on. Nobody knows the answer.
Yeah, if we're talking about textual data sets that are being used by the trading system, then you're kind of in the space of alternate data. So alternate data is like a big research area for anybody who's predicting a couple of hours or longer. So basically, when you're trying to predict, let's say 1 minute in the future, then the only thing that updates every minute is the data, so trades and adds and cancels. There's no real text data that's updating that frequently. So like, Twitter obviously is updating more frequently, but the actual relevant tweets might only happen like once per day. Mm-hmm. So when you're trying to build a data set and you're trying to say like, okay, we need X number of samples to actually fit a model, then you don't have enough samples to fit a textual model in high frequency. And then as far as alternate data for longer term traders, there are analyst reports and also kind of like news data. Those are probably the two main ones that people are trying to use LLMs for. So those are a subset of all the alternate data sources. So all the alternate data sources would include, like everything financial, like company stocks or shorting, all the alternate data sources. Some of them are proprietary. I'm kind of too scared to start listing that.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
What are we interested in?
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as like news goes, so news tends to be often echoing whatever's happening in the market or coming from other data sources. And maybe those other data sources are numeric. So you'd rather just go straight to the numeric data and not go through the language part. And then, analyst reports, I think people do find value in LLMs for those things. So I think for statistical arbitrage or quant systems, you're looking for a pattern that's repeating a lot. Whereas when humans reading an analyst report, they're thinking, okay, what part of this is not repeating? What part of this is like novel or unexpected? And yeah, so that's not really what quant models are trying to do as much. But yeah, that could be a good application for them. I don't think I've heard of anybody doing that, like really trying to build a world model and like try to think, okay, what is this company's prospects the next 5 years, vis-a-vis their competitors, and how the industry is changing and what business decisions they're making. I think, yeah, most people are probably using it more like a sentiment classifier. So
yeah, so that's my impression, is that that's kind of an obvious thing, like it can read the news faster than you can, but I think people have this idea that if it is really AGI or ASI in the future, like eventually it's got to make a better trader on longer time scales, like hours or days than a human, but people can't quite figure out how to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I know a bunch of people that work kind of as analysts at banks or in hedge funds. I mean, they used to be banks, now they're hedge funds. So yeah, they'll kind of know one particular sector, and they'll say, okay, this sector, the key performance indicator for this sector is the number of sales or number of big customers, or your current to the customers. And then they'll call the CEOs and they'll ask, like, what do you think about your competitors? And they'll visit the factory and they'll check, okay, this company actually listed this address or this funny address. I mean, some of those things I think the AI could do, some it couldn't. Like, I don't think the AI could currently call the CEO. Yeah, so maybe.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, so Max, what is a day like for you? Like, you get up in the morning, what time do you have to get up?
I guess every company is different, so I could maybe talk about headlines. Although it could be different at different companies. So for us, we have a pretty flexible schedule. We just are doing research on historical data, and we're all incentivized to work as hard as we can. So some people like to wake up late, some people like to wake up early. I tend to wake up early. But yeah, then you just start to come in, check your jobs from overnight, see what failed, maybe restart something, maybe think about what experiments to run next, and then send some emails. The market's trading 24 hours, so you can always kind of see what's happening there, but we don't really intervene or touch it at all. So we have an operations team that's kind of in charge of monitoring the trading, and so researchers don't have to do that. That's definitely different as some other companies. But throughout the day, I mean, it's just doing research. So when you're in the flow state, then maybe you're coding something large, or you're analyzing data, and then when you get near the end of the day, you start to think, well, I'm going to run more time. They do so all the cycles. There's no real routine. It's kind of like you're building a large technology. So the way I like to think about the career is like everyone is building a technology vertical, and if you can make that technology better than the competitor, then you'll have an edge in the market. So, maybe at Google, just make it concrete. Like at Google, this could be building Google Maps, or it could be building some backend that makes them able to do data or do pull requests more efficiently or something like that. So in trading, that could be like, how do you store data, or some type of alpha, or some type of risk management system. So if you have a unique idea on it, then it might take you 1 year to kind of become an expert on how the company currently does it, and kind of just know how to operate it, know how to run experiments on it, know how to make iterative improvements. And then it might take you another year to kind of like become a thought leader on like how it might work, and then you start to build the new version that kind of pushes forward the frontier. That could take a few years. Maybe you start to manage people because you need extra help, and you start to hit some things that you don't have the right skill set for. So maybe you need to work with some developers or some other quants that kind of fill in your skill set. And then ideally, eventually, you kind of build this particular piece of technology to be the best in the world. And then you're trying to think what to do next, and like, how do I get new ideas? So that might be like, the multi-year career path as opposed to the day-to-day. But everything in the day-to-day is always similar, like a similar cycle, like show up, check the experiments, code, look at data, launch experiments.
So when you describe your classmates at Berkeley and how most of them, or many of them, didn't really last that long in the industry, does that mean when you get new people in who are, say, fresh out of college or grad school, and you're kind of watching them, like, do you like conclude after a while, like, this guy actually managed out, he's really not appropriate, or are they leaving on their own volition but they could have stayed? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because it changes over time, and also like my cohort that I graduated with, as opposed to Hemlin's, is completely different, right? So, like the cohort that I graduated with, they ended up at all different companies, and there's a lot of different reasons. So, a company might have hit hard times. Maybe somebody ended up in a seat where they didn't have much upside, or they weren't excited about the problems. So they could have left for any reason, and then maybe they just decided like, oh, tech looks interesting, or they want to live in a different location besides Chicago or New York. All the normal life things. I just don't think there was like a very strong magnetic pull for them to stay in the industry for a long period of time. And there's so many other things that are interesting to do.
Got it. So it's not like you're like deliberately treating the people that enter your firm over some time scale. Like you'd be happy to, like if they like it and they want to stay, there's a decent chance they're good enough to stay.
Yeah, if we're talking about headlands, then yeah, we try to make it so everyone can be successful and find a place where they can add value and they can grow. And I think that's true for most firms. I think there are a few firms that have maybe like a 1-year training program, and at the end they cut like 30%. And I'm not really sure why they do that. I think one maybe more positive explanation could be that when you hire undergrads, then you have to wait 9 months when they graduate. So you hire them in September, they graduate in May. Then you have to train them. Sorry, I guess I'm missing a step. So when you hire them, you don't know how many are actually going to sign, because you kind of have to blast all the offers, or you know how many are going to sign. There's no like early action or something like that. So they may have overhired, and then also the market's cyclical. So after a year, when those people are finding, maybe they want to kind of like right-size the firm. So yeah, we try like not to do that because it could be bad for the culture, bad for morale. But I think some other companies might have a structure where they're kind of less problems with people leaving. I think for us, because we're so collaborative and we all work together, so we don't really want to have people leave.
So you mentioned like eventually all the successful firms in your space, they become basically trading their own money. In that case, I guess AUM is really not the metric you guys care about, right? It's basically just what's your return rate.
Yeah, I think there's two things you care about. So one is P&L. So that's kind of like the trading profit after the cost of trading, but before the bonuses and other expenses and market share. So like, are you number 1, number 2, number 3 on a given exchange? And most exchanges publish the rank of each participant on each month. So it's anonymized, so you know your own rank. You don't know the other company's ranks, but you can kind of back out who's maybe number 1 or number 2.
Got it. Now, my picture of like a more traditional sort of longer duration hedge fund is, most of the comp is going to a limited number of PMs who, are killing it. They have a P&L attached to their name and it's huge, and so they get huge bonuses. Or maybe there's some famous guy who can raise a lot of money from the LPs. For you, like what determines like who is the quant in HFT? Like this guy gets credit for this chunk of the P&L, and like we're going to give him this much money. Like how does that work?
Well, like I was talking about earlier, we're building this technology, so you can just think about it like any other technology firm. So I think, like probably whoever at Google created Google Maps got paid really well, and then maybe some less successful product, like they don't have a strong case, something like that. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty small firm, and all the firms in the industry are pretty small, so people know kind of who is the most prolific and breaking through the hardest barriers.
You have a way internally just on the team to figure out like who's contributing the most, like, who deserves the biggest comp.
Yeah, I think one thing, like when you're not in the industry, things seem very opaque, but when you're in the industry, like everything is very, very, very transparent. So like, for example, we can backtest every change, and so we kind of know how important every change is. And some changes, there's also intermediate metrics. So if you're building a new alpha, then you can measure, the correlation to the future returns. And so it's crystal clear, kind of like what is significant and what's not significant. Occasionally there's a change that's kind of like very orthogonal and kind of like, but I mean, those things, maybe after a year or two, then you have the P&L, so then it's crystal clear again. Maybe at the time it was added, it wasn't totally clear. Say if you're changing the market impact model, then you don't know for sure whether it's better or worse, but you will see after a year. I think similarly, like when you're not in the industry and you hear alphas, it's like, oh, it's something very secret, something very complicated, very esoteric. And like, of course they are very secret, but in practice, there's so much alpha. I mean, because, like you could find some alphas published online, like for example, when gold goes up, silver goes up, right? So that's an alpha, and you can build a model for that, and you can basically make a model as arbitrarily complicated as you want, and it could still make sense because, sometimes they both move up because they're precious metals, but sometimes, maybe silver is more of an industrial metal, or maybe the mine in one of the regions produces both gold and silver, and in a different region, it only produces gold and doesn't produce silver because, like, however, the geography works, or maybe you're looking at the, micro scale, so it's like, there could be effects around gold being traded in Chicago look at how the order flows are different, so they have different tick sizes and things like that. So you can basically make those models arbitrarily complex, and they'll just be one kind of alpha theme. There's many other alpha themes, like, you know, the main categories be like supply and demand. So if people are buying, they'll typically keep buying. If you're looking on a microsecond scale, you know, it's like if you wanted to predict the sales on Amazon, like you probably have a heavy weight on whether there's a sale recently. And, you know, so if there's a sale recently, maybe it's Black Friday, right? So then maybe people are racing to buy things. And you see the same thing in the market. Like if somebody buys, probably soon after somebody will buy. And I mean, that alpha's been published by probably like Irene Hofstadter or other people in academia, but you can make it arbitrarily complicated. So, you know, the alpha model will be like adding different features or trying to use better statistical tools to estimate the signal from the noise better, make it generalize further into the future or over other market conditions.
But I think what you're describing, well, it's very logical for like someone with a quantity kind of bent. But it's very different from, you know, like more traditional, say, equity, hedge fund. You know, some guy has a big year, and there's always going to be this question like, was Joe lucky, or does Joe really have alpha, right? Like I think that even after 5 years at the firm, they could just be like, this guy just caught one trend and made a shit ton of money, and he doesn't really have alpha. I think there's some kind of irreducible uncertainty about the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't want to downplay like how well they understand their business, because like the closer you get to a certain business, then you always find out that they kind of know what's going on, and it's not that trivial to just like enter it and tell them how to do it better. And so yeah, I mean, I think because I'm in HFT and then I see, oh, actually HFT is like very, very clear. So I can see Sadar. I mean, Sadar, they have a similar kind of alpha setup, and so they might have tens of thousands of alphas because they don't have the latency ceiling. And they can measure on a day-to-day basis the P&L of every alpha.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's definitely more variance because like maybe their alpha is kind of the central limit only kicks in over the month scale instead of the hour scale. Yeah, they can tell very, very clearly kind of like which alpha worked, which alpha didn't work.
How about this? Like the alpha's all concentrated in, I bought NVIDIA and I've been holding it for the last three years.
But yeah, I mean, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're at this sort of hyper-rational limit of all this stuff compared to, you know, more kind of big equity hedge funds and things like that.
But yeah, I don't invest in most of the funds because I can't tell whether the managers have skill or not. I invested with, you know, say a guy I knew from Berkeley who's running a hedge fund, and I talked to him about his thought process, and it's very, very consistent and matches kind of how I think the markets work. And I think his research process kind of works, you know, even if there are HFTs and setup firms below him, because I think he's doing something that kind of builds on top of that. So yeah, I basically think the whole market has one system for pricing, so it's like a pricing computer, and each layer is responsible for different things. So, you know, the HFT layer is responsible for inventory risk and doing short-term price adjustments, and then center layer is responsible for doing maybe second-order adjustments and propagating the price changes out to like large universes. So if Warren Buffett is buying Geico, then he's not going to go place a microscopic trade on all the other insurance companies that kind of reflect like what fraction of his view on that company is that company versus that industry. So you need some trading firms to kind of propagate out those views, all the related instruments. But yeah, like my buddy from college, I think, you know, he's like a college CEO, he's visiting the factory, and so adding exactly the new information that is needed at that layer. And yeah, he's expressing his views on the time horizon that I think they will realize on. Yeah, of course, she's had a good track record too, which, you know, always makes it feel better. But
that's great. Well, that's a great kind of overview of the different time scales and size scales of the whole industry, finance industry. So maybe we can close out with advice that you have for young people, like my son, who wants to go into this field. What's your advice for a college sophomore or junior who wants to go into this field? What should they be doing?
Yes, we already went over the academic classes. I think they should apply for an internship. It will help if you do an internship at a tech firm, because tech firms generally have better kind of coding practices and better systems. And at tech firms, you can work on real problems. A lot of trading firms, if they have internships, they're kind of doing toy problems because they don't want to share the real IP. So yeah, do an internship or two, maybe an internship in tech, an internship in trading. Try to build a system on your own. From what I hear from the college students, I think Calci is pretty good. They have no fees, and it's kind of a level playing field for big participants versus people in school. Like you're just connecting over the internet, so there's no edge. Yeah, maybe do Calci. That's about it. Yeah, just study hard in school and then apply when you get your graduation. But I mean, I think there's a lot of other areas in the economy that are good places to work too. Like the AI boom is really interesting. So I think yeah, just do trading if you're really passionate about trading. Otherwise, there's a lot of interesting paths.
You know, his dad is telling him he should work as an AI researcher, but you know, kids never do what their dads tell them.
Yeah, usually the opposite.
Great. Well, Max, I really appreciate your time. I mean, probably this hour of your time is worth a shit ton of money, so really appreciate it. I'm sure the viewers who are interested in the subject got a lot out of it.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Great.
This guy has some interesting podcasts he's done.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So obviously there has been this huge upsurge in interest in and knowledge about quantum, although I think we're all still learning quite a bit about it. What do you think of all of these sort of competing timelines, especially when you guys are already making these systems?
Making them, and we have customers using them today as part of their business operations, so we're truly commercial. There are a number of different approaches to developing quantum computers. Some of them will take longer to mature, some of them nearer term. At D-Wave, we provide what's called annealing quantum computers, and those are commercial today with companies like...
Like who? Like who? Speak. Never heard of him. I never heard of you. Oh. About to end this man's whole career.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Thank you. About to end this man's whole career. What career?
Innovation changes everything. Send it back! One ETF, 100 innovators rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, we consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
Joining me now to discuss Alan Garetz, who is D-Wave's CEO. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So obviously there has been this huge upsurge in interest in and knowledge about quantum, although I think we're all still learning quite a bit about it. What do you think of all of these sort of competing timelines, especially when you guys are already making these systems?
Making them, and we have customers using them today as part of their business operations, so we're truly commercial. There are a number of different approaches to developing quantum computers. Some of them will take longer to mature, some of them nearer term. At D-Wave, we provide what's called annealing quantum computers, and those are commercial today with companies like NTT Docomo or Ford Otosan and Patterson Food Group, all using us today to help benefit their businesses.
So for people who are interested in investing in something like quantum computing, what is the use case today for the computers that you're selling versus the next step and the step after that and the step after that?
So I think it's added in three phases: near term, medium term, long term. In the near term, there are a broad array of problems that we typically think of as business optimization problems. This can be anything from workforce scheduling to manufacturing plant floor optimization to approach control. And these problems can be addressed today with D-Wave's annealing quantum computers. And so the companies that I mentioned a minute ago are all using us for business optimization. In the medium term, I think that quantum is going to make a significant impact on AI and machine learning. Specifically, quantum computers are very fast, very energy efficient. And what this means is that all this rhetoric around AI requiring nuclear power plants and massive energy generation stations is likely not going to be required to anywhere near that level once quantum computers are a part of the training process.
But when is that?
I think that we may be able to get there within a year or two.
Really?
What?
This is medium term. We're not talking about long term. In fact, at D-Wave, we announced a few days ago a first step toward this by introducing an AI machine learning platform that developers can use to start investing.
Send it to zero, bro. Send it to zero.
Quantum for large language model training.
Send it to zero.
We still have a ways to go on developing that technology and bringing a complete product to market. And then longer term, we're talking about almost unimaginable things like designer drugs, where we can develop a drug that would address just your specific set of ailments.
So, for people who are investing in stocks like yours and others, and obviously we've seen crazy gains in stock that are exponential. What do you think is still sort of the biggest misconception, or what do you think
tell us.
you have to do for investors and potential investors?
Well,
tell us.
There are quite a few different quantum computing companies that are pursuing different approaches to developing their systems. And so I think you really need to take a look at which of these companies are talking about delivering products 5 or 10 years from now, and which of them are delivering products in the near term. I'm very proud of the fact that we are delivering products today that are creating value. And so I think that that's a really good place to start. But there is huge long-term opportunity as well.
And I should mention the opportunity. You guys can learn a lot, but you're still relatively small in terms of the revenue that you bring through the door. And so how quickly do you expect that to ramp up? At some point, is there sort of a tipping point?
So there are two components to our business model. One is a service-based component, what we call quantum computing service. And for commercial companies that really just care about leveraging quantum to get better solutions to their applications, quantum computing service is value. But it takes time to build a revenue base around that because it's a service-based business. It's a recurring revenue business. Goodness, more predictable revenue growth in the long term, but it takes time to build that base of revenue. We also sell systems. Now, we just started selling systems only about 6 months ago. We sold our first system to the U.S. Supercomputing Center in Germany. That is a very complementary model because it's to supercomputing centers, government labs, and not necessarily commercial. More research-based, but it's near-term revenue. As soon as we install and deliver the system, we recognize revenue up front. So I think the two will work together very well to allow us to build both near-term revenue more rapidly as well as that base of longer-term recurring revenue.
Now, I know you guys, you don't yet haven't made a lot of acquisitions, but you're thinking about how you want to make acquisitions. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but where are you kind of in that process, and what would be complementary for you guys?
So over the course of the last 6 months, we were fortunate enough to be able to raise a fair amount of cash through market transactions, and we thank all the shareholders and work every day to try to make them proud of D-Wave and comfortable with their investment. But we now have over $800 million in the bank. And that's well more than we need to achieve profitability, I believe, based on our normal course of business. So we are now looking at trying to accelerate growth through acquisitions. We haven't talked about what the acquisition strategy is. We've been working on it for the last few months. I hope to be able to announce something in the near future, but we're very excited to now have the opportunity to pursue that.
All right, well, obviously we'll stay in touch on that. And lastly, I wanted to sort of zoom back out, and I'm curious about the competition between the U.S. and China. We've obviously seen it in AI. How is that playing out in quantum computing, and is there a risk that we see, them outpacing us as they have tried to do some other technologies?
There's absolutely a risk. So China is by far investing more in quantum than any other country. They're leading at about 17 billion. If we take Europe, the EU
all those countries together, it's about 11 billion, and the US is at about 5 billion. So we are behind China significantly. In fact, all the countries in the world are well behind China. So I do think it's important for the US to really start focusing on a better strategy for quantum and really to up that investment.
Have you heard any rumors of that from Washington? There's obviously been a lot of focus on AI there, but what about quantum?
Yeah, I mean, look, the premier funding mechanism for quantum in the U.S. is called the National Quantum Initiative, and that was put in place under the initial Trump administration. It was supposed to be renewed under Biden. It never got renewed. It still hasn't been renewed. So we really need to get focused on...
Now, we need to not spend that money and waste that money on your dumb ass.
Making sure that the U.S. is the leader in quantum computing.
Wow. Got acquisition coming up. This man's whole career. be junk bonds. S&P's outperformed bonds by quite a bit. These guys are doing principal component analysis. Interesting. PCA. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Thanks, man. The hell is CCP? CrowdStrike CCP. Let's see what that is. Customer choice program. Oh, from the outage. Data dog. Trust the dog. Data dog. My wifey is about to have a baby. That's my son. That's my boy. He's about to be bad. We're gonna have a little feller. A little feller. A little feller. world is disk based now? Or is it? What's going on? I need my NVIDIA chips to work better. The damn video. The best GPU in town. The only GPU in town. Okay, now it looks like it's working. Gotta load the HBM VRAM with the vectors. Gotta shard them too. You don't shard them, it's gonna overflow. Come from a long line of NVIDIA miners. GPU wranglers. We go way back, many generations. Got a GPU, we know how to handle it. Them boys out there thinking they know how to handle it because they've been with the CPUs. Come on, man. Different story when you get on the parallel processor. We're gonna look at things as like so futuristic, but like the future generations will look back and be like, the same way you might be like, my grandpa worked as a coal miner, and you think of that as like really archaic. You're gonna be like, yeah, grandpa was a GPU guy. Like, what's GPU, Dad? Like a long time ago, we had things called video games. Crazy stories. Only neurons being controlled with hacked phones are yours. Nobody's touching my neurons, buddy. Speak for yourself. One of them schizophrenics. Thank you, dog. Possible schizophrenia. That's that G5, the 5G. Scrambling your brains. It's the Bill Gates 5G. Virtual void. What a weird thing. home soon, but I'm trying to get these GPUs to work. Darn GPUs. Thanks, man. Yeah. Gotcha. Norsk Hydro. two EQTs. There's EQT, the private equity company, and there's EQT, which is Swedish, and then there's EQT, the energy company. Slides. The MLP. I don't know if any of you guys trade MLPs or have. I'm gonna throw this GPU out the window. was listed in Hong Kong. How odd is that? Hugo Boss is another funny one. Ticker is Boss. Forget Brunello Cucinelli, that's one of my favorites. It's BC, Italy. Pretty much all these guys have fashion out there. And you don't say Adidas, you say Adidas. And you don't say Ibiza, you say Ibiza. Say it with me. Ibiza. Pretty prolific. Are you listening to that Kanye song again? I told you can't listen at work. It's not a cool song, bro. Can't play that in the office. bet you I'll need a new knee someday. I don't like that. What is this piece of shit doing? I fucking hate this.
a dog.